was I? Oh, it's in a different browser. That's right. I forgot I moved. Yeah, Jared, I found that the problem was for Roll20. It's a Chrome extension that I got for ad blocker because Yarhar Fiddly D, I am a pirate, and I I uninstalled it. I uninstalled every extension that I had, updated the browser, refreshed it, restarted the PC like 4 times, and Chrome is just now permanently bugged. But then I went
Well,
to Microsoft Edge, and Roll20 and D&D Beyond works super fine, super fast like it did before. So I now have to keep Edge just for the purpose of D&D.
I had to do that for a bit. Like that happened to mine
It's
for a bit, and I went to Firefox for like a
so
month,
weird.
but then it started working again for no
Just went
reason.
away.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully that happens because I don't like it here. I keep forgetting to open up Microsoft Edge every time that it's time to play D&D, or whenever I'm trying to update a D&D Beyond sheet. But you know, it's nothing too bad.
it does not slap.
What?
Yeah, it does. It doesn't slap. It's terrible.
Oh my god! I thought it doesn't flap. I was like,
Nope.
brother, what are we on?
I mean,
All right. Let's get this shit on the road. So, I'm so happy that we are all gathered. I hope you're as well as you can be. I know some of us are sick. Skill issue. And we're not gonna be running too late tonight because I have I have to get my bones clean tomorrow, nice and
excuse
early.
me. The fuck?
Um,
Oh, teeth.
it's my
Oh,
favorite way of saying I
yeah,
have to go to the dentist.
Oh, dude.
yeah,
I imagine something so much worse.
yeah. I was like,
Yeah, that's
the fuck?
the
Uh,
worst thing to
I have an
say.
appointment nice and early, and I don't want to have people falling asleep on us because we got important shit to get to. Because last session was fucking tea, and we need to get into that. So, last time, whenever the fuck this is, Duradon, essentially for the entirety of the session, collapsed due to the just heavy fatigue, trauma that his body endured. The man died like 2 times in one day and also had levels of exhaustion. So he just passed out while the rest of you were kind of just left with to get a little Q&A done with Uldrin Ramascara, the younger version of him that you all met as soon as you walked out of the portal. And you immediately noticed this version was a little nicer. Um, it didn't start that way because if you all remembered back, um, if Jared remembers back, roughly about 10 months ago when you first encountered Evelyn Gray down underneath Paradise Peak, she gave you that once in a lifetime offer of, hey, if you want to, you brave little adventurers want to feel like what it feels like to stand in the presence of a monarch, then she can replicate it for you on her own scale because she has the daughter of monsters trapped inside of her, and she gave you that option. And everyone had to make an intelligence, wisdom, and charisma saving throw, of which you all rolled amazingly back then. This time around, when it was done once more by Uldrin, y'all failed every single roll except for one, and that was Mammoth. And the one roll that he succeeded on was to let him keep, I believe it was to keep your mental, so that you are aware that you are not dead. Because everyone else lost all of their six senses. They lost the ability to cast any spells, and lost the ability to move. Meanwhile, poor Mammoth, lying on the cold hard ground, was the only one that felt Uldrin approach all of you, and ended up picking you up individually. After a few moments of darkness, you opened your eyes, and you went into a bit of a Q&A rundown of who the fuck you were and why you were here. You saw Zyrus was talking to him beforehand, and you gathered that's probably the reason that he was a little bit more inviting, or at least understanding. Because afterwards, he seemed pretty calm and just went about a normal conversation. He wanted to know where you were from. He wanted to know what, once he learned you were from another time, wanted to know what that time was like, and he asked a whole bunch of questions about Paradise Peak, asked a whole bunch of questions about the world itself, after y'all gave him just a little bit amount of detail, but not kind of divulging too much right away. Um, and it was evident that this man, this monarch, was extraordinarily curious about what was going to happen in the future, um, and allowed some insight into what's happening currently and what happened in the past. Because you figured out your 200 PD, which is post-divergence or also post-divinity, 200 years after the gods were sealed away from this plane. And it seemed to be, at, at, at least as far as you could tell from his descriptions, some sort of semi-peaceful existence. He did mention that in this current world, while man is still successful, and humanoids do reign in cities and all of the lovely stuff, that there is monsters, and more importantly, that there are the gods' children that are still left behind. The demigods, at least the ones that were allowed to live, are still around. The monsters that were claimed by the gods are still around, and there's a number of other rather dangerous threats that he warned you about if you were to go out into the world. And that conversation was had of, listen, I don't have a whole lot of things here to experiment with, mischief. As he explained, he had already done so a number of times. And after you told him what he tried in the future, he didn't seem too put off by the fact that he chained his sister for 500 years. But he seemed more disappointed that even after all of this time, he still hadn't found any sort of way to help fix her or the people who were affected by her. So he essentially offered any services that you could find within the palace. He would leave up to whatever you could do with it. Or he said that he would drop you off essentially wherever you'd like. He did warn you that there are some places you shouldn't go. He didn't go too deep into detail about it, but essentially said if you need help, I will provide. We have a similar goal, and you're helping mischief, so it doesn't seem like that's all the worst that could have come out of this situation. And more importantly, you all got to stay in the palace for as long as you need. So you have probably the best room and board that you've had so far in your lives. Much better than Dambala Estate even. As Dambala Estate was nice, but it was also in a mountain, and this is on top of a dragon. It's a little weird, but at the very least, it's a building, not an actual cave system. My own personal house and board. There you go. And you also met and talked with Wave, who looked pretty unchanged throughout, at least physical appearance-wise. Didn't seem to have any memories of his future self or understanding that Duradon was a wielder, like the future version of him recognized when you first met him outside the palace. And you kind of just went through the motions, asking some questions about him and if he knew anything about the situation, da-da-da-da-da. But eventually, y'all moved on, and after a long conversation, decided to retire for the evening, in which we had some of the funniest sequences that we could. We had a really cute scene between Mammoth and Wave, where Mammoth went on a walk around the palace, and Wave found him and struck up a conversation with him, essentially saying, listen, you are a child. You have gotten yourself into an extraordinarily dangerous situation. I understand that these are your friends, but they could die if they don't finish their goal and a year comes around. However, you are living in a past and a past version of the world, and if you wish to explore it and potentially find any druidic kin, he could help lead you there, because it seemed like he had some understanding of the Circle of the Stars and where their grove was. And he also just, kind of gave you some gentle parenting about maybe be careful around these people, even if you think they're your friends. You're a child, and this is an extraordinarily dangerous world. Nothing that you hadn't heard about already. But essentially gave you a way out in case things go south, of potentially living out your full life in a time that you didn't really come from or belong in. In a similar situation, Mustang also decided to go for a walk around the palace looking for an instrument. Because, they have a whole bunch of harmonicas lying around a palace of a monarch. But, funny enough, you did find a showroom with its large double doors open, and inside of it, you saw anywhere from weapons to armor to, yes, some musical instruments, not many of which you are proficient in. Because you did see there was a harp, there was a lute, and I believe there was a lyre. Yes. All of which were displayed on just large kind of glass cases, some built into the wall, some mounted, and others just shown on pedestals. And you could see that while you're kind of taking a look around, it was clear your presence was noticed. I believe you rang for Wave, because Duradon, essentially everyone here got silver bells, handheld bells. As long as you're within the palace, and presumably outside of it, it would alert Wave of your need for something. Although he did say don't use it on stupid shit, because he won't come. And that it does have limits, and he can't teleport. So if you ring it far away, he will know you need help. That doesn't mean he will magically appear. But you summon Wave, and he popped in to give you a little rundown about some of the history of the items. You asked about the draconic-looking harp. He explained that it was a gift from him to Uldren as a symbol of their friendship, and that he had spent roughly about 100 years worth of finding various different bards, craftsmen, and spellcasters to craft the item. You did ask afterwards if there was any potential non-magical musical instruments or anything that you were proficient in around. He said no, but he will find something. And then afterwards, the conversation shifted greatly, and your casual little back and forth turned into a warning, as it was very clear during this conversation, just based on the description of Wave looking at you, that this was not just a friendly convo. It was him more trying to understand you, and definitely analyzing you, because afterwards he gave you a warning that he knows what you are. He knows that you're a spark of creation, as he said. And as Uldren had said before, he didn't spill any details past that, but he essentially said that mischief isn't the only dangerous being under this roof now, and that he is going to be keeping his eye on you. And essentially said in one line, I forget how it was exactly phrased, but you said something about him meeting other sparks before, and he implied that he had an interesting relationship between water and fire, and had to put out a few in the past. Whatever that meant, who knows? But it was very clear he didn't like your presence here too much. But in the end, he said that he would go try and find you that guitar, as he waddled off into the night. You also continued your little excursion as you thought about, or at least Mustang thought about, trying to right after he was warned not to do anything that related to the spark, trying to reach out to the spark because chaos reign. Um, we have great listening skills. And you went back to your room. You set up some candles. I believe you set up like 20 something candles in the bathroom, because it was purely made of stone and marbles. There wasn't any wood to burn. Uh, and before you went and did anything, you fought for the first time. Congratulations. We do sometimes think before we make decisions, folks. That I should tell someone about doing this. Not the fact that I should ask if I should do it, but I should just tell someone that I'm doing this. So you went over to Kipley's room, in which Kipley, Zyrus, and Duradon were all sharing a room because Kipley wanted to look over Duradon, and Zyrus obviously wanted to look over Duradon, both as her and Mischief in one. And Mustang came in, got a whiskey that he never drank, and then proceeded to have one of the funniest conversations I think we've had in this campaign. We had a back and forth between Zyrus, between Kipley, between Mustang, essentially going a rundown of, I want to talk to myself. I'm going to do it. I'm letting you know this. And then Kipley essentially saying, I am the one who normally does reckless things, and I am telling you to please not do this because I have 3 levels of exhaustion. And if you do this, I won't be able to help you or be there or do anything. So don't be an idiot. And then Mustang saying, well, I'm an idiot, so I really want to. And then Zyrus acting as like a conduit for Mischief, kept saying Mischief's lines through her. Essentially offering that, hey, if you want to try and do this, I will act as a conduit in the same way that I did for Duradon when I allowed him to reawaken. And she said that it's a very simple process. She would just put you to sleep, essentially, and allow the dream to guide you to whatever the spark is. You said fuck no. Because nothing good has happened from anything, I believe you said from it that Mischief has done. I forget the exact reasoning, but a definite no on that regard. And this Scorpion, that's right. Oh, you called her a Scorpion, I remember. She was extremely insulted that you called her a Scorpion. And then you also suggested that Zyrus and Mischief should have different outfits. And whenever one is talking, they should switch between them in the same way that Zyrus uses between her cleric and ranger form. She goes between the huntsman coat and the kind of long dancer dress, which I found hilarious and is absolutely going to be done now. But nevertheless, the conversation ended with Mustang agreeing that at least he would wait a singular night, as Zyrus gave a greater restoration to Kipley, allowing her to recover 2 levels of exhaustion tonight, 1 from the greater restoration, 1 from the long rest, and speeding up the recovery process. We also got an adorable scene where Kipley, as always, melts our heart. The psychopath that she is, slowly being put into the background as she expressed her love and care for the party. My Shayla! Her love and care for the party. And another hilarious moment that'll live in my head of her saying, I love you, not knowing of which it's Zyrus or Mischief responding, but them being very happy that you did and making you repeat yourself over and over again because they didn't believe it. And we ended our session with all of you getting that long rest in. And we have a lot of big decisions to be made. Oh my god, the music died. And we have a lot of big decisions to be made today. As we wake up in the morning feeling like something. Can't finish that lyric anymore. And everyone gets the benefits of a long rest. You get all your spell slots back, get all your hit points back. You can remove 1 level of exhaustion for any of those that do have it. And the day is yours. Now, Mustang, I believe you went back to your room after your conversation with Kipley. So You are still separated. Mammoth is still separated, but Duradon and Kipley are still in the same room, correct?
Oh,
That
yeah.
sounds right.
Fantastic. So, as you all individually wake up and begin to like slowly wake up, don't simultaneously all shoot out of bed. But as you begin to wake up one by one, uh, Kipley,
Yes.
there is a knock at your door. Um, Roughly around like 30-ish minutes. Because you didn't. We talked about this last time. You're at a weird point where you don't really sleep or dream, but you do to be immobile and in a sleep-like state for a few hours, um, in order to gain the benefits of long rest. So I'll call it like roughly around like 30 minutes after Duradon wakes up. And as Duradon does stir in the morning, you can see that Zyrus, who's been kind of just watching over him the entire night while you were on the floor opposite to her, um, she does kind of give you like a little hand motion, a little wave, which you can't really see too well because it's pitch black in here. Um, but after a few waves, you finally do catch the glimpse of her hand, and then her pointing down at Duradon as he begins to kind of roll back and forth a little bit. And you can
Oh.
just hear various different Duradon-esque moans and pained releases, as you can tell he's beginning to wake up. If there's anything that you would like to try and interact with him as he does.
She kind of squints, rubs at her eyes, stands and looks over, kind of looks at Zyrus oddly, and like kind of mouth whispers, Have you been staring at him all night?
Have you been staring at him all night?
No, I've been laying here.
I've also been laying there.
Yeah, but I wasn't like watching him sleep.
Well, I was sleeping next to him, so it's kind of hard to not notice when he starts to move around.
Oh, okay. I
Pretty
just want to
sure
make
he's
sure you
waking
didn't hit like a new creepy vibe.
Why, are you trying to be the only one that owns that?
No,
You exude creepy vibes.
no,
I-
no, I don't.
I think that's full of I think you're full of shit. And Duradon, you begin to wake up as you hear this conversation going on above you. I think you're full of shit because you staring up at the ceiling all night, not sleeping, definitely gives off creepy vibes. Also, you never mind.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Good morning. Good morning, good morning. She just kind of walks
Thank
over,
Hey,
taps Duradon just
Hello.
gently on the forehead and takes a few steps back.
Look who's back from the dead. She just kind
I-
of pats your chest a little bit, and it hurts when she does. You just feel like your entire abdomen just kind of light up in pain.
you know, whoever the first barbarian was, we have to have words because it was sold to me that being impervious was like this really cool thing, and my soul says otherwise, as it has been forcefully ripped and reapplied from my body so many times.
Yeah. If there is someone who controls, like a singular person that exists right now in this time that controls like all the souls of the dead, I wonder if they will know how many times you died, and they might not be as pissed as the one from our time. Because you do have a long record for someone who's lived such a short amount.
It's in a short period of time. I think,
Yeah. Nice.
given my life of like, hold on, 27 years, I have
Close enough,
died
look.
more times in few months than I have in the entirety of the work that I did as a vassal.
Maybe.
I mean, you
I-
didn't really face the greatest of threats when you were a vassal. But I do agree this has been some arduous times, to say the least, after you joined up with this group.
Maybe death just doesn't like you.
Oh, I think it likes him very much.
It's life.
If
that
it's letting
isn't
him
really
come back.
fucking with me.
No, that's the point I'm making.
And if death
Honestly-
didn't like him, it would just shove him into the void and say, be gone with you.
That's
Or life is just like, is this like is my soul just like a tether ball that they slap back and forth? Does the world of the living and the world of the dead, do neither of them want me? Am I just a consolation prize?
well, we
That's
want you.
You'll find out eventually one day when one becomes permanent.
Yeah. And also, I appreciate that, Kipley. Thank you for. Okay. What did I miss?
Would you like a debriefing of what
Yes.
happened? Yes, I'll give you the short run of it.
First, is anybody
Aldrin?
dead? For
Yes, we lost the child.
Kipley Racer. No.
the fuck did we? How did you lose the child?
He
Child
just-
is the.
He looked out the window, he got sucked in by the Air Force, gone. Never saw him again. I mean, he might be alive somewhere, like tailing behind us or, in the ocean, but who knows. Anyway, we
He's roaming the grounds.
Oh, okay.
we talked to the monarch, of which he agreed to help us, as we are in a similar cause of helping me, mischief, that is, solve the problem that everything she touches turns to shit. So he said that he will help us in whatever regard that he can, but he also said if he hasn't found a solution in however many years it's been till where we are from, or you are all from, that he doesn't know how much help he's going to be, but he can provide us with other introductions and such, and can drop us off at nearby cities or anything that is required. So it seems we are at least a little more welcome.
Good. Does anyone have a plan as to how we're gonna deal with our little situation?
Oh no.
We were gonna try and talk that over this morning, with everyone gathered so that we could have like a group meeting.
Which, I think Mustang had something they wanted to do pretty solidly. Like, I don't know if you're going to be able to talk them out of it.
What do they want to do?
Oh, they want to try and talk to themselves. And by themselves, I mean the other self that lives in them or is them. They want to talk to the fiery part of them. You know, the one that blew up
Oh.
the golden scabbard.
Okay, I thought it was like they wanted to talk to their past self. Like,
No,
it's here.
I don't think they're that old.
Okay.
Oh, I
alright.
thought that's what it was.
No, definitely not. He
Alright.
was talking about putting candles in his room and talking to himself. How would that even work?
I thought maybe he would, like, summon himself there. I don't
Can
know.
you summon yourself here?
Look, you're talking about things. I didn't even know we could go back in time, but here we are. And we're in a
Well, I mean,
monarch
First
castle.
off, alright, dragons aren't the only people that can aren't the only beings that can send beings back in time. A high enough of a wizard could do it.
I didn't know you
Alright.
could cross time at all.
Yeah, I don't have magic, so like
Like-
I'm just accepting this as like the list of things that I have little to no control over.
Well,
And
A few
that's the
months
only way
ago,
I'm
literally living on a dweller. And now look where we're at.
Well, it's like a linear graph. Think about it, like it's just going up and up and up and up, and it can only go up from here.
What's above here?
Ever been to the Astral Sea?
No.
Well, there's more up.
Okay.
I actually wouldn't go there though. There's a lot of like general abominations and like things that are made of nightmares live there, so maybe don't. If you ever get the opportunity to, someone's like, oh, 20 minutes in and out, we'll be
So, going up just means worse.
fine. Not necessarily. This isn't bad. You get to live for a year until you don't find a way to fix yourselves, or if you do, then you get to continue on.
Oh, no, we're here to fix you. I thought we were fixing you.
Oh, well, I think the end goal is to fix yourselves, but if you can fix me, that's definitely a bonus. It's about this time
Yeah,
that you figure this isn't Zyrus, this is Mischief.
we're supposed to be figuring out how to stop the like, because like, isn't the whole thing the people that you help end up with like
Whoa, whoa,
extraordinarily
whoa,
bad
whoa.
luck?
First off, it's not the people that I help. That would imply that I help a bunch of people. It's the people who normally in the past served me at my whim. I have clearly become a much more loving and caring and understanding and beautiful being as time has gone on. And I have very rarely helped people. I just simply do my part in the world. And sometimes that needs servants and people to do that for me.
I'm gonna
But
go
yes,
get
the
my
people that I
slaying mammoth.
do, make deals with, they bring about terrible destruction.
Is someone you aid cause the arcane detonation?
No, I don't believe so. I'm pretty sure there's just you humans being terrible beings. I don't think it
Which
was terrible. It was more idiotic, I guess. Which, by the way, I'm going to ask you nicely. I'm not going to really do anything to stop you because, as you know, big fan of chaos. If you do go out into this world and you run into groups that have effects on other, future people themselves, maybe be careful with what you say or do if you want to end up in the same place that you left off. That's just a word of warning from someone who knows who can see how different things will turn out. Because I get like 100 premonitions every time that I'm about to do something chaotic, so it's not time travel, but it's a little bit future-y, oracle-y, I guess you could say.
Kibbley walks out the room.
No. I'm talking to you directly, miss.
I'm gonna go get them. Bye.
And it's at that point where there is a knock at the door,
Oh, damn it.
as you are approaching it.
Opens the door.
You look like straight forward, and there's no one there, and you look down, and there's a smaller, kind of gnomish woman that looks kind of younger in her years. You've seen like mostly like older, like middle-aged gnomes, at least in the island and in Evelyn's care. This looks like they're probably in their like late teens, early 20s. Excuse me. Is this the room of Duradon Kipley?
Who's asking?
I have a message from Mr. Wave.
Oh.
He
Yeah.
asked that you and the rest of your group join the master for breakfast.
Oh, okay. Have you found the others?
Well, I stopped at your room first because it was already on the way.
Okay,
to
I'll
the
come with
others.
you to find the others. She takes him by the hand.
Is he in
We're gonna meet you
condition?
down there.
Was he in condition? I heard he was injured.
Uh,
We can bring
great.
breakfast to him if need be, but if you can, sir. And she, like, as you're kind of grabbing her hand, she kind of pulls away and walks into the room and goes, excuse me, sir, if you have the capability to stand, it is highly suggested you do meet with the master. You didn't yesterday because you were unconscious for most of it.
Yeah, sure. The master of the house and all. Uh, I'll be there.
Appreciate it very much. She just kind
Problem.
of looks at Cyrus and goes, and your brother requests your presence as well? And she's just mischievous grin, like Grinch, face-breaking smile, just kind of crosses her face. Goes, wonderful. You can tell Ultron I'll be there. And you can see this like poor gnomish girl's face just kind of fill with terror as she says just Ultron in a very casual manner. Uh, right. And then just skirts out of the room and just kind of in a huff skirts past Kipley and begins making her way down the hall towards Mammoth's room. About 5 minutes later, there's a knock. Excuse me, Mr. Mammoth, are you awake?
Yeah. And he'll go open the door.
Oh, thank you. I was about to ask if I could open the door, but that makes things easier. The Master's requested your presence at breakfast with you and the rest of your friends. If you could follow me or make your way to the main dining area. I don't think you know where that is, so you can just follow me.
Okay.
Wonderful. And Kipley and Durdon, were you directly in tail of this woman, or were you kind of waiting behind?
And now Kipley's head kind of pops around. Morning.
Hello.
Doradon is going to follow kind of wherever Zyrus goes. So Zyrus was heading directly to the place.
Okay. She would have
Yeah.
gone up and followed. She very much surmised that if you didn't, you would have no idea where to go. This place is massive. And you remember that from the first time you saw it yesterday, before you'd even passed out. Countless hallways and countless layers to it as well. So you all follow behind, and you can see Durdon and Kipley kind of walking around the corner as you exit. Right, I think there's just one more. And begins trotting over to Mustangs. After a few more minutes, there's another knock.
And then a flurry of pounding from Kipley.
And a flurry of flurry of blows, but a shame. Flurry of pounding on the door. So it's just one little
Pounding.
knock, and then knock, 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 knock.
Yeah.
And she kind of looks at you and like a, what the fuck? Like, oh, not scared, but just like, why on her
She shrugs
face.
her shoulders.
Mr. Strums, are you there?
So he was walking, but then he heard the intense rapping at his door. He starts running. He kind of throws the door open, and he's like, "Ah,
Good
what the hell's going
morning!
on out here?"
Apologies for the clamor. Your
Breakfast.
friend decided the door was an enemy. Your presence is requested by the master for breakfast, with you and your friends.
Sure. Kipley, what possessed you just now?
What do you
The
mean?
spirit of breakfast?
We're all back together. We're alive. And we're in this massive place that you have to travel a fuck ton, and I don't really see why there's so much hallway. I mean, there's not that many people here, but I don't know, it's interesting.
Please follow me. And begins to lead you down the hall, walking off at a very fast pace.
Plus, who knows what's going to happen?
Yeah, good point. You know, I have something I want to ask you. And he's kind of hurriedly trying to keep up.
Are you walking and talking, or are you just letting her
Yeah.
go?
No, he's walking and talking, but like he's
Okay.
kind of whispering because Kipley started whispering.
Okay.
Oh, to me?
Yeah, it's you.
Oh, what's... Yeah. Hey, go for it. Here I am, listening. I'm ready. Hit me. Don't hit me.
You know,
But
I didn't want to bother you last night, but you said you have a boyfriend?
what?
Yeah.
Legit, you didn't know. I thought all of you knew.
No, I had no idea.
Oh.
Who?
Well, yeah. Well, it's Vince.
Whoa. Oh, baby. Really?
Like the prince?
Yeah, the friends.
Like the prince.
You all didn't know.
I mean, the severely somewhat powerful underground criminal of Paradise Peak.
Yeah, I was gonna borrow his gun. Damn, good thing I didn't. He would have been so pissed.
Oh, you can't
Yeah.
take that. That belonged to his father.
Oh,
I wasn't
so
gonna
you
steal
know
it.
him?
Yeah, you know him.
Yeah, that's a
I thought you all knew this.
no.
I
No.
thought it was obvious.
Kipley, you lie about everything when it comes to your existence. I don't
No,
know
I
a single
don't.
truth about you. Is Kipley your actual name?
Yes. I've never lied to any of you.
Why do I feel unconvinced right now, Duradon?
I'm waiting for
This
someone
was-
to say
Okay,
inside joke.
I've never lied to any of you about things that matter.
I've heard that one before.
Yeah, does your name matter to you?
I think that's a matter of
It does.
perspective.
Okay.
Cyrus chimes in.
Is Kipley your actual first name, or is there more to your name that we do not know?
No, Kipley's my actual first name.
I have a better question.
Inside
Who is George?
George.
You've
Do you know
mentioned
him?
George like 5 times while in our presence, and I genuinely have no idea who this is.
You
You
don't.
don't give a last
know?
name, you just say George.
Well, that's
Who
all
is
he
he?
knows.
You mean who is he?
Who is he?
Who is George?
He's
Is your
just
son?
no.
Your son?
No. So
Oh,
okay,
moving
on
fast,
the
huh?
way to Paradise Peak, on the boat, there was this spirit that kind of tagged along on the boat, and she was like,
Spirit?
"Oh, please, ma'am, can you help me? My husband named George. I can't remember. She couldn't remember all the name, but anyway, she had mistakenly, fallen off the cliff, fell into the ocean, and died.
As you do.
Yeah.
Insight check.
Yeah, insight. And he's kind of giving
Yeah.
Duradon a super side eye right now.
We can both make
Boss,
insight
decide
checks.
that.
Kipley, just make a charisma check and add the proficiency modifier to whatever is applicable in the situation.
Okay.
This is the real lore that we care about,
20.
guys. Not
Or, I'm
the
sorry,
world before
25.
time. 25, Jesus. Not the world before time, not like, this massive new introduction to all these new characters. No, we just care about George. You gotta be a 25, folks.
I would need to get a natural 20. Alright, this is.
I got a
First
22.
roll back. Oh.
Damn, I thought I got it because it says, oh, damn it.
7.
That's a 7. You both have a very hard time reading her because this genuinely, it doesn't it's a truth or lie detector insight checks. It is just you trying to understand as best you can what they're saying and trying to gather what you would think is true or not. It is genuinely hard to tell whether Kipley is telling the truth or whether it's a lie, but you are inclined that just with the tone she says it in, she believes it's genuine.
But anyway, she wanted me to tell George that it wasn't his fault. That it was just an accident. And I
Oh,
think
that's so sad.
she thought he was blaming himself. But you know how spirits are. Sometimes they forget their things about themselves. And so I don't know George's last name.
So you're just gonna go up to like every male that you see and just ask if they're George?
Well, it's the only way to satisfy the spirit.
That is dedication. I don't think you should do it here, because that spirit doesn't exist yet, but when you get back.
Maybe. I don't know how long that spirit's been around.
Oh, spirits normally don't last for like 1,000 years. They normally pass on by that point, or
Oh,
Plague.
good to know. Alright,
Well,
breakfast.
don't like devils and stuff try to take souls.
Yeah, well,
That-
not
that
just
don't-
devils, but there are many different creatures that need, require souls, or just simply collect them, and yeah, it's very rare that they'll last more than a few years. Anyway, on that lovely note, y'all just keep walking in silence for the rest of the trip. It does. You are reminded of the size of the palace. It does take you genuinely like 15 to 20 minutes of walking to get to the large dining chamber.
What is the point of such a big place like this? It's stupid.
And upon arrival, double doors are opened, and you can see. Do all of you remember the movie Brave? Or is like
Oh, yes.
Scottish, yeah, Scottish princess
Love that.
and Viking.
Shout out Mary.
Do you remember the dining table that just kept going on, and it's just one consecutive table? It's not like a multitude of combined tables. You see something of that nature stretching for what you could probably guess to be about 60 to 70 feet long. And there is chairs stacked right next to each other. This could probably fit at least like 80 people. This is a massive, massive dining table, and this is just the one table. The room is larger outside of that. There is room for more tables to be placed inside. It's not like a full like dining hall necessarily, but it is massive, and as usual, it is gorgeous. And you do see all the way at the end of the table, basically across the room, like 100 feet away from you. You see Ultron sitting at the head of the table. And you do see there is a secondary figure sitting to his right, one that you have not seen before. You see a woman in rather simple robes, two large curled horns coming out of the top of her head, and these kind of like floppy bluish ears that kind of drag on to the side of each side of her face. Excuse me. And you can't really see too much else from this distance, but she looks humanoid, much smaller than Ultron. Even though they're both sitting down, you can tell that she is a few heads shorter than him, and they seem to be in the middle of a conversation. But as the doors open, you see he looks up and looks away from her. It is good to see that everyone is awake and well this morning. Please come in, come in. My guests, you need not sit at the other end of the table. That would be extraneous, and we have much to talk about, so please, if you would. And gestures to the left and right side of the table right next to him.
Was it?
You guys do you all make your way over directly to the end of the table where he is?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. One by one, sitting next to each other, you see, as you all sit down, before we start a conversation, if you're going to be staying here, I think you should know all of those that you need to within my employ, and also within those who live within my domain. This here is Mori Ramosquera. This is my wife. Yeah, my wife.
My wife, come on.
I did it.
Fucking do it.
Oh. And you see this lovely woman sitting next to him. Kind of goes, looks over all of you. Goes, it is a pleasure to meet all of you. My name is Mori. I have heard a little bit about all of you from Ultron. I'm very curious of what time travelers. It is. I know Ultron can travel between the past and future in a small sort of way, but you've come from a long time far away. I don't know the distance or years, but you've come from something that is not this, and that is very interesting. Please tell me a little bit about yourselves, if you wouldn't mind. I know your names already, but I don't know who you are.
I'm gonna look towards Zareth slash the Monarch of Mischief. I'm gonna telepathically to her just ask. We didn't see her in our time. What happened to her? Or happens?
I was locked away for a long time. I'm not sure myself, but context clues, buddy. She
And where your
either
brothers
left or left.
Oh, I mean, of course, but fuck, he's so happy now. And I'm. Is there food on the table, or do I just look like a dickhead?
There is silver platters in front of you, and there is oh god, what is the little article that you put on top? The little dome shape that you pull off. I can't remember the fucking name right now because my brain just turns off at the worst times. Fuck. You know what I'm talking about when you are the little preserver that you put over food. When you're trying to make it last. You see this little there's small little sets in front of each of you. You don't actually see any food on the table.
Cloche.
Oh, a cloche?
Cloak. Whatever it's called.
A cloak?
I don't know how to pronounce it.
I don't know.
What?
What?
A Cloche. Cloche. Cloak. Cloch.
Is that what it is? Hey, it is. It is. It is a clock. A clock. A bell-shaped cover place over food. It is. A cloche. We'll call it a cloche.
Oh,
You see, it is a
that
cloche.
sounds
It is.
so
It's
much
a
worse.
fucking way of saying it. A cloche.
Oh my.
There's a cloche
Nah,
on
man, it's a
top
clout.
of each of your plates. Hey, we learn something new every single day, and that's my fun word of the day.
Oh my god.
There's a cloche in front of each of you, and it is on top of your plates. You don't actually see or smell any food. But do you pull it off?
He is going to, just for the sake of like giving a reason as to why he's just not saying anything while he's telepathically.
What would Duradon like for breakfast?
Well, as food, Duradon is probably really like protein heavy, like morning. So he very much is like a southern staple. You have to have your grits, you have to have your eggs, you have to have like a pound of bacon, and that's about it. Grits, egg, and eggs and bacon.
You pull the cloche off, and looking down at the plate, you watch as it is filled with everything that you desire, request, and more. The plate is filled to the brim, and it doesn't go over the plate itself. It doesn't like spill out onto the table, but it fills out enough portions to your liking to stack on top of each other. So it is like eggs, bacon, grits on the side, stacked with even more like going upwards. It's a leaning tower of bacon. And go ahead and make me a history check.
All right, here we go. History,
Because
my intelligence.
you're one of the few who would have seen something similar of this nature before.
All
Eggs,
right.
bacon, bread, and sausage.
It's only going to be a. What the okay.
5, brother, it hurts.
It'll balance soon.
Yeah, 7 and a 5. You get the bad ones out now, I guess. You're unsure as to what exactly happened, but your food is there.
Cool. He'll start eating while he maintains the mental conversation with Cyrus or Monarch.
While you're doing that, does anyone else answer Maury's question?
I forgot what the question
I
was.
I know. She asked she asked like, could you tell her a little bit about each
Oh.
of you? She already knows your names, but she doesn't know who you are.
Um. How do you get? Yeah, go.
Oh no, I was gonna ask like a out of character question because I also kind of got lost in dirt on
Sure.
sauce here for just a second. Did she mention that what exactly Aldrin had filled her in on?
No, she legitimately said, "Hi, my name is Mori Ronaskira.
And I know your
Ultron."
names.
Yeah, she said, "Ultron has told me a little about you. I really only know your names. Could you tell me a bit about yourselves?"
Okay, sure.
Is word for word, I
Got
think.
it. Got it. Got it. Got it. Well, I'm kind of from all around. I've been a traveling ranch hand, mercenary, bard, but I guess that kind of doesn't really make as much sense.
You're a ranch hand.
Oh my god, it would make way more sense here. Yes, I
You
am.
I see. I haven't met many cowboys in my time, but I do like the little outfit. It's very cute.
Pretty nice. I'm sorry.
You flatter me. You
I
flatter
don't
me, Mr.
listen.
Mascara.
I tried on the line that is Borat, but this is not Borat. Listen,
But it could be.
it isn't. Power would kill. Easy thing. Oh.
Oh my god.
Anyway, so you have a ranch hand that has come back, back from the future. It's very interesting that you are chosen for that.
Alright, Marty McFly.
Tonight's just a night of unnecessary references that weren't supposed to happen. Um, what about you, small child?
I'm Mammoth. I'm 8, and I never learned how to read.
Oh, that is adorable. Are you I understand that you are with these people and that you are friends with them, yes, but
Yeah, it's my choice.
how did an 8-year-old get into this? And she just kind of like gestures at the air.
I won a tournament.
Won a tournament.
Yeah, basically. After my island sank.
Oh, that is tragic. I am so sorry to hear that. What caused an island to sink? That is a drastic event.
Uh, well, I thought it was just funny business going on with the world, but then later I found out that one of the sponsors may have like taken the part of it or something. I don't really know.
What is a sponsor?
It's like,
Hold
oh,
on a minute. Maybe that might be a part of things that we can't tell you about the future. 'Cause isn't it dangerous to give you information about the future?
You see Aldrin kind of looks between the two.
I mean, we already told him.
I've already asked many questions about what comes from the future. To be perfectly frank with you, I am not worried of sharing information between us. I've already had opportunities to redo things multiple times, but I choose not to. So I doubt that your influence will have much effect on me at the very least. And Mori is not the world-changing type.
Oh, cool.
And
So,
she smiles, kind of like nodding along. No, I don't like to go out of the palace too much. Unless this is going to affect my poetry, I don't think it is something that you should be concerned with.
so do we just be completely honest with you about everything.
I
Is
just
this
asked
like a
what the sponsor is. I assume it is a person who like is it a wealthy noble who sponsors like quests or missions or something like that.
Yeah, it's basically the leaders of Paradise Peak, but like way in the
Oh.
future.
And that is where you Paradise Peak is a place that you met people. These people.
Yeah.
I see. That is see that's not very harmful. I understand.
Yeah, I don't really know why you said that.
It's I listen. I don't know. I don't know how the rules of things work in interfering with other people's stuff.
Well, I
What do I
think this
know?
is really the first time that this has happened, so I don't think there are necessarily rules. Am I
It-
wrong?
It's good to
Ultra
be
just kind of
cautious, though,
shrugs.
Durdo.
So this is the first time that you've had. Thank you, also, man.
We don't have many
Not-
people drop into my husband's place of living and work and say that they come from a different time. We've had adventurers come here before, but not in the manner of what you all have.
wait. So I could be stupid.
You could, yes.
Likely.
Okay,
Oh,
all right.
actually,
All
she,
right, like,
Mori laughs. Mori laughs. I can't believe saying that. So,
But
oh, I like you.
if this is the first time that it's happened, is it also as likely that for the Aldrin that sent us back, he'd experienced seeing us before? Because like you're the like is this the first are we creating something like new, or will the Aldrin that exists from this point forward
I think you're
always have
asking.
known?
Ultra also raises a clawed finger. I think you're asking too many questions to begin with. I assume that when you go back, the me that sent you back will have the memories of this conversation and all of our past days. The year that potentially you may spend here, yes. I don't think that will necessarily change much. I think you should focus most of your concern on your situation rather than mine. As long as you don't go off killing your potential relatives or parents or great grandparents, you should be
That
fine.
that could be anybody. I am close to a human, so I don't know who I derive from this far back.
Maybe you should try and not kill many people then.
Fair. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt your questions, you mammoth.
No.
That's my bad.
It is perfectly fine. This is how normal conversations go where you are from. Interrupting royalty. And she kind of gives you a smirk. Aldrin's face stone cold, by the way, this entire time.
Yeah, I haven't talked to too much royalty that hasn't immediately killed me right after, so I don't know what the decorum is supposed to be.
I don't know. Should we skip to the killing part, Aldrin? That seems a bit grotesque. It ruined my sausages. And you look down, she sees she has copied your exact plate on hers as she lifts up her kosh.
Well, let's go.
And then she smiles, puts it back down, lifts it back up, and there's just a surge of pancakes. She goes, I am sorry, but I do not normally eat much. How do you say protein? I am not a fan.
He kind of chuckles and then does like finger
Bacon
guns over
is
to Aldrin.
very good.
I'm sorry.
You give a look to Aldrin.
Yeah.
What would you like? What look you trying to give, buddy?
What did she say? She doesn't eat a lot of protein. There's like the inside mischief-ish
Just
joke
floppy
of
vegetables.
Mhm.
what?
I'm sorry, that's Megan's on a different wavelength.
um, like he says the part in his head about like except for yours. Doesn't say it out loud, but does
Yeah,
use
you're trying to
body
imply this is a
language.
sly joke to Aldrin Ramascara? Monica
But
Dragons?
he
Yeah,
doesn't
cool.
he doesn't say the part either even
No. But
telepath.
you give him mischievous look.
Yeah,
It's
and I
good. It's good. I want
figured
you,
that.
Durdon. I want you. Oh, I don't want to kill you again. This is gonna be a, a persuasion check.
God damn it!
There's
God
no other way.
damn
There's
it!
no other way for you to try and insinuate a mischievous joke for this glance, for this look. It's gonna
Fucking
be a
damn.
persuasion check. You really want to roll high. You really don't want to get low. Anything below a 10, really not great for you.
All right, gang. This is how Duradon dies again.
5.
Anything below a what?
I said anything below a
Again.
10 is not great.
Oh.
So,
I live with it. I live with it. You know.
here's what happens. I assume you don't want to use inspiration on this.
Fuck it, right? Are we doing the experimental one or we're doing
You got two. You got two. You got two inspiration. Completely different creative points not in use.
Okay, gotcha. Cool. What we're gonna do? We're going to roll higher than a 5, and not by an increment of 1.
I just realized you're a 7, a 5, a 5, and then a 17. Okay.
Oh.
All right. Let me tell you this. That's really good that you rerolled because that she was about to go south real fucking quick. So you give him this look next to his wife, knowing who he is and where you are and why you're here. And there's like a voice inside of your head, not an actual voice like the ones you're used to, but like a questioning voice of your own self going, is this a smart idea? Answer immediate no. Because if you in your head play out the scenario of what this would have done if this was the old Aldrin, the one that you are familiar with from your time, he would have killed you. So you're pushing your luck by doing it with this one. Luckily, Aldrin looks at you, sees the look, his brow furrows. He looks towards Maury, looks back towards you, and you just get a shiver down your spine. That is the good result. That is the good result. He doesn't say anything. The look that he gets, you only see the furrowed brow, and there is a glimpse of annoyance and anger. And Maury looks at him, and it instantly fades and goes into a soft smile.
I telepathically to the Monarch Commissioner say, "Oh yeah, we need her in the current timeline. Whatever happens, oh god, she's a must."
Did you just make a dick joke at the Monarch of Dragons?
I
What the
was.
fuck is wrong with you?
You says the person. I literally made a dick joke to almost. Well, I did almost.
We were about to die. You were
Yes.
about to die. Completely different. Going out on a joke like that? Hilarious. Consequences are be damned. You're dying anyways. You just got your life back. Don't throw it away.
It's fair. I got a bit of you in me.
Ooh.
Ew.
Okay, we tried to say that we're moving away from dick jokes, bud.
Oh no, that was that. Okay, first off, unintentional, but
Unintentional, still there. Had to point it out. It's in my name.
yeah. So I'm just gonna let Mustang talk.
By the way, I want you to go ahead and make me a insight check. Insight check or straight intelligence, either one.
Insight, straight intelligence. It's not the worst, but it's 24.
24? Cool. I'm gonna put it this way. Because in the past, you have never made a connection with a being who has two selves. So you genuinely don't know that when you establish a connection with Cyrus or the Monarch of Mischief, you don't know if it's one person and two selves that can respond, or if you can do individuals. Um, that thought kind of runs by your head as you're having this conversation, and you take a guess that it is probably the fact that you are contacting both of them at the same time, as you are having this conversation mentally, but Zyrus is like kind of coughs a bit and looks like she's like choked on water when the dick jokes were made.
Got you.
It's just a small little detail that you get for the fun interaction of having multiple people in one person. But to move away from dick jokes, you see Mori looks over towards Kipling and goes, "What about you, dear? So you're looking rather pale. Are you feeling all right?" And you all can notice, and you did notice this initially. I forgot to mention it previously because I was trying to go past all of the rooms and stuff. Kipling looks deathly pale this morning, far more than her usual self, to the point where her skin looks more gray than human.
Kipling is like, her hands are on the cloche, and she just kind of keeps lifting it and peeking under, putting it back down, squeezing her eyes shut, thinking really hard, peeks back under, and just seems to keep trying, kind of watching what everyone else is doing with their cloches. And when she talks to her, she kind of slams it back down and looks up. What? Sorry? Were you talking to me?
Yes. Are you having trouble with your meal?
No. How does this work?
Oh, it is under the enchantment of a hero's feast. So anything that you would desire, it simply creates.
It doesn't seem to be working.
Oh, well, perhaps you do not desire food then? Do you need to eat in order to sustain yourself?
She kind of just leans forward, putting her arm, like crossing her arms over the cloche, and just kind of pulls it close a little and shrugs. I don't know.
I see. My apologies. This may be rather upfront or potentially rude, but are you undead?
Possibly.
I have not seen an undead try the enchantment before, but maybe if you do not require or desire food to sustain yourself, then it might not appear. I will state, desire and need are two different things, so even if you desire it, it should still be there. Maybe you are just confused of what you want?
No, I know what I want.
Well, what is it?
So she shoves the plate aside. It's not a big deal. Anyways, what are we talking about?
Oh, I asked you about yourself.
Ooh. I'm Kipling. I'm Kipling.
Lolo Kipling?
Yeah, sorry. It's just like, snap habit. Kipling.
Right. There is no pressure at this table. You should not feel nervous.
Okay.
I already know your name, but I was asking a little bit about yourself.
Oh.
Mustang told me that he was a farmhand. A mammoth from an island that sank, and then went to an island called Paradise Peak where he participated in a tournament because someone paid for it. And you?
Oh, yeah. I mean, Mostly grew up on dwellers.
Also something I am unfamiliar with.
Big floating cities. Some of them are nice, but a lot of them are shit.
Floating cities. Do we have big floating cities, Audrey? You see, Audrey just kind of says, I do not believe we have floating cities, no. I mean,
Yes.
we have a floating castle, but not a floating city.
Oh, floating like on the water, because that's
Oh, like a
like a very big boat.
very big boat. I see. Oh, oh, it would be nice to have a very big boat.
Meh. It's not great in storms.
Well, I imagine the larger the ship, the less of a problem storms will be, no?
I guess it depends on where your house is on the dweller.
Oh, it is a very good point. So you grew up on this very large ship called a Dweller? What did you do in this ship? Did you have a job, or were you in school, learning anything?
You kind of just did whatever jobs they would give you.
Really?
Honestly, we just kind of were the ones that flew out and picked up shit, or you know, got rid of shit.
It flew out?
Oh yeah.
Oh, you can fly?
Oh yeah.
Is it a magical capability or a natural capability?
Oh no, we're like a type of shifters. We can
Oh, you're a shifter.
say, yeah.
Oh, I am very jealous. And you see she kind of points to behind her, which now you can see she kind of pulls it out of the chair and onto the floor. Pulls it out the left side so you can see it. And there's a large draconic tail behind her. And she goes, I unfortunately I don't have wings, so flying is not in my capabilities naturally. But that is amazing. You can do it on your own.
Oh,
Fascinating.
it's you know.
What animal do you shift into?
Ooh,
Or take aspects from?
Chiropteran.
Oh, what?
Bats.
A penopteran?
Chiropteran.
Corruption? Is that a fancy term for bats?
Yeah, it's. I think that's what the leaders always said they preferred, but
Oh,
everyone just knows it as bats.
is that what you prefer?
I don't care.
I will call it bats then. It's very interesting. So you are part of the crew? Or you said you were required to do this?
Yeah, we were kind of some of the last ones they picked up. And so, you know,
So
last
they
at the
hired you.
table, last to get scrapped. You just kind of do what you
But
can.
did they hire you? Or
No,
were you
not
paid for
really.
this?
It was more we just. It was kind of what we did so they wouldn't kill us or throw us off, you know?
Oh, so like in exchange for room and board.
Yeah.
I see. That is kind of barbaric.
Yeah, that's kind of what you would call the future.
Is that natural for most large boats of this time? Dwellers, is that what you call them?
Not all of them.
But the one that you were on. It is fortunate to hear. And you, Teredon, how about you? Tell me a little bit about yourself.
Yes, tell us. Kippi leans forward, head on her crossed hands.
I am a vassal. Sorry, I was a vassal back from where we came from.
I don't know
Um,
what that is either. Are you saying that you are someone's servant?
Uh, Kinda. We vassals belong to sponsors. I was an adventurer. Kind of. Um, I legally, back from where I was from, was known as Duradon the Savage Hunter. Um,
You called yourself the only savage hunter.
well, when you're raised as like a child of war and kind of like all of your people died, you don't really have
Yeah,
much
how'd
to
all your
go off
people
of.
die?
It was a war,
Right,
and
against who?
how how is when we want to hash that out? Not before when I try to be.
I mean, if you're telling her about yourself.
I sense there is some tension on this topic.
He killed all my people.
I didn't kill all of
Oh.
your people. I killed a collective druids that decided
Is
to take our
this
land from us.
in connection to the island sinking? Or are the
No.
murders just circumstance?
No, this was like a whole different thing.
Wait,
Yeah.
wait, this is the first I've heard of it. They took their land from you?
Why do you think?
I don't know.
Wait, who are you asking that?
I don't know, you both seem to have such conflicting stories.
This is a very interesting story to have. So, you took lands from the Druids? Or the Druids took lands from you?
Yeah, it was. I think our things are different. It's just that Mammoth doesn't like that my people killed druids, and he is a druid.
Which is understandable.
I just
Yeah.
think it's funny to make you feel awkward.
Oh.
You're growing up so fast.
There's an audible laughter for the connection nerd on.
Yeah.
As Mischief just starts cackling.
Oh God. Answer your question, Kimberly. With all the fuckery from our world, the land that the druids occupied was being tainted and collapsing, and so they followed to the next closest source of nature, which my people have ancestral ties to the land. We're there first, but druids have a different relationship with land in and of itself, and their argument was that their connection superseded any ancestral ties that we had, and that because they actually spoke to the land, they were owed it in place of us. Which peoples trying to survive, each with their own type of claim. It just ends up sparking conflict.
No negotiation or
Like,
coexistence. is brought up?
seriously, you all just kind of murdered each other. You all could have talked that shit out.
I mean, we
And-
try to.
At the end of the day, I am assuming, and this could be a very rude presumption, but I don't know much of the world that you come from. You called yourself a savage. Are you from a clan of warriors?
Yeah, we were.
How did you survive? Well, no offense meant, but druids are some of the most powerful beings on this world.
Oh, really?
Because
And they have the ability to shape into the beasts of land, air, and sea. And also, when you reach the status of archdruid, you don't really age.
Ghibli, like,
It is heavily delayed aging, so they live and gain the wisdom and knowledge of this world.
Ghibli leans over to Mammoth and, like, puts a hand on his shoulder. She's like, see? That's
I don't
what you
know if
could
I
turn
want all
into.
that.
You could be a fucking archdruid.
So
It's a
big.
very, it is a very difficult thing to achieve.
Oh, he's got it.
Only one out of thousands could do so.
Well, there's only 1 out of 1 now, so I think he's got it in the bag.
If you would like to believe that. Interesting. So you
to answer
killed
your
all of the druids and took the land.
No, not necessarily. We kind of died in the process. The druids actually technically won the war, but it was kind of like me left as the last surviving member of my clan, the archdruid, the last surviving member of his druid grove, and he realized like maybe it wasn't morally good to murder a child, and he'd already lost like his family. So instead, he just decided to let me kill him, which then trapped his spirit in my head to train me to be a better person.
Why didn't he just train you to become a better person when he was alive?
Grief. Because like we killed his wife like in a really bad way. And he knew that if he or his feelings was that if he maintained his corporeal form or physical form for too long, he would change his mind. It was just like a moment of clarity. It wasn't like I've finally realized the error of my ways. It was literal moments of clarity that he would have snapped out of otherwise, or at least that's what he said.
I know it is your life, and it is extraordinarily tragic, and probably happened rather soon, since you said you are a human. Um, but I think that could make a very great play one day. Or any sort of theater. Many people like grandioso stories, and that is certainly a great one.
Want to write about it? I'll give you whatever details. It's just life to me, but if people can get entertainment out of it, I guess.
Yeah, simply say. It is not often you hear about entire civilizations or uh, tribes of people wiping themselves off the face of, the land itself.
It's,
Especially over war of, you know, a land where people who live off of the land are already there or moved there or, yeah, whatever.
but to answer your question before, the reason we were able to combat them is because our people could do stuff like, and he'll reach behind the table as not to like get blood on this very nice like place. He'll summon his blood weapon. Um,
Sure, which one do you summon?
uh, I'm actually, because I need to see if they know. Uh, I am going to summon the Horma. Horma's form when I touched him.
Mm-hmm. You summon the sword, and it takes the natural, not black stone blade, but instead that corroded, rust-covered, uh, rusty-colored, excuse me, blood that looks like corroded blood, and taking the form of a longsword. It does manifest. There is a little splatter of blood on the side of the side of the room that it comes from. And you see there is a moment where Aldrin's face changes from like this relaxed and kind of just listening to the conversation um, to a look of confusion. And then there is kind of like a flicker of concern as he looks over towards you. Why, why do you bear a false sword? I am confused.
Like the ability, or why the ability is mimicking Horma, or called something different.
I do not understand this. It's...
There.
And he genuinely looks perplexed. And he goes, after spending as long as I have with Wave, I've been able to pick up when one of these swords of legend is within my presence. And I know that this is not one of them, but it bears a very similar mark to the blade that is known as Clarent. Why do you have it? Or why do you replicate it in this way? That is, from my perspective, very disturbing.
The okay, that's a two-parter. Back in my time, I, for a short period, was bonded with and wielded Clarent, um, and the how was because that's part of my abilities. I can replicate any weapon that I've been attuned to with my blood.
You attuned to the Black Blade, and you wielded him.
Yes, sir.
Did he speak with you?
Yeah, we were actually really close. He even let me give him a new name, Horma, which is why I forgot his original name at first.
Do you remember how many of those you slayed with his blade?
At least dozens. Like I'd killed enough to unlock his second tier of capabilities. There was at least dozens. Maybe or 3 dozen.
I see. So you but scratch the surface then. You are aware of his effect on the people that he kills, though, yes.
Yeah, they're like Dunzo. Their soul is consumed, right?
Not completely, but their souls are lying within the blade itself, so until he is destroyed, he harvests and keeps every single soul of the creatures that he kills. It does prevent revivify, but it does not prevent wish from bringing them back.
Wait, you
I'm
know?
very interested of how you got such a blade. You do not, and mean this with no offense, you do not seem to be someone of enough renown to wield such a blade.
I mean, if you're asking, I could tell you the story if you like, but you know, Clarence. You know where he is now.
He
Or
is within my employ, yes. He is out currently destroying some of the creatures left behind by the gods.
I'm going
Him
to
and a
look
few others.
a few others.
Not like him, but trusted individuals under my care. I only meet and talk with one or two humanoids, maybe per century. So I do not have a vast legion of followers to do my bidding, but the ones I do tend to be of powerful nature.
He seems, Dordon seems a bit um perplexed at the moment. Um, but he chances to look at Zyrus, and mouths sorry to her.
Kind of just raises an eyebrow.
You Clarence is under your employ. I don't know how far in future or what happened, how it happened, but there's a woman.
If this is regarding his fate, that is for him and him alone to be concerned with. I am fine with you sharing personal details, things from your world. I am not going to change anything. Anything that doesn't have to be changed. Now please correct me if I am wrong in assuming that is what you were about to ask me.
Is suffered. I understand, and this is your abode, and I don't want to push the subject.
Many people have suffered. I have lost many friends in the past. I lost a great friend during the divergence itself. I have to fight myself time and time again to not go back, to not try and change things. It is a very dangerous power to have, yes. That's why I was very surprised that he brought you here. That I would bring you here. I have learned over the eons of my existence that there are other options besides changing things. Remembering, making sure similar things do not happen to other people. That is what I try and do instead. To prevent tragedies of future. If you do ever run into him, I ask you never to mention whatever happens to him. Do you understand?
Doradon visibly does not like it, but he will not.
Very good. Mori, if you could, can you please check on Jin? You should be getting up by now. And she goes, that is not a problem. It was wonderful meeting all of you. I believe Ultron is going to get very serious now, and he doesn't like to be in my presence when he does, because he thinks that I will change my perspective on him, and I am very aware of it. And she smiles and kisses him on the cheek before pushing her chair out and getting up. If you ever need anything from me, I will, oh, well, I guess you don't really know what room or floor I am on. I'm at the top floor. My room has a white dragon painted on it with blue accents and a massive M on it, so it is pretty hard to miss. If you ever like to come and chat or talk or, work on a stage play. I don't really write plays, I write poetry, but, first time for everything, I guess. It was nice meeting all of you.
It's nice meeting you.
She makes her way out. And there is that kind of awkward moment. There is a long pause between her slowly walking all the way down the table, getting to the door, opening it, closing it. And then you can hear the footsteps begin to fade away, and he looks around at all of you. I appreciate you humoring me. Mori doesn't get to meet a lot of people. She has isolated herself from most of the world, and for most of her life. So thank you. Despite her being a little shy, she is a people person. I am sure she will cherish your conversation, even though it was rather grim at the end. And he looks towards Steradon. Glances at you, not stares, but... I have been made aware of a few things since last night, and I would like to address all of you as I see it is only fair to do so. For one, and you can see kind of leaping out of it looks like he kind of just spawns in, but for who here has a does anyone here actually have a passive perception that's above 20 or above?
Oh no.
Duradon does.
Oh,
Okay, so just Steradon. You can actually see that from your angle, it's like from where you are in the table, leaning back a little bit, there is and has been a trident leaned on the back of this back of Uldren's chair this entire time. That was like almost perfectly in the center behind him, so it's kind of hard to see. And it is a very slim figure on the trident, so it's not like it's a massive weapon that you can see like a great sword hanging out from behind somebody. And you can watch as it shifts and turns into the familiar form of Wave, as he appears by Uldren's right side. Fear one. Mustang.
yes, my liege.
I would like to clarify something with you, if you are going to be staying under this roof. Wave has brought up a matter of importance that I take his personal understanding and experience with the issue very seriously. He has mentioned that you are from a lineage, I guess you could say, or from a species. It is hard to describe as I am not as educated as Wave is on the topic. From a species of creature that can be rather unpredictable. And I'm not talking about actions, I mean your constitution. Sometimes breaking out in flames, exploding, causing harm to others. Has any of this behavior happened to you before? Before you came here, that is.
Yeah, once or twice, but I was in a lot of danger. Like a lot.
I understand this. Waves has brought this concern to my attention, and seems rather adamant about if you are going to be staying here, that he would like to... And he looks over at Wave, and Wave is just like stone-faced, literally. Literal stone-faced the entire time. You don't see a wink of a human expression in him. And he's not like staring directly at you, he's just kind of like staring off into space. He goes, he would like to make sure that nothing of this nature would occur by implementing a safety technique, I guess you could call it. With your permission, I would also like to enact this if you are going to be staying in the palace. Obviously, I value both Wave, myself, all of my servants, and my wife's safety very much. And although you may not do it, intend to harm any of them, I would not like you to have the chance to potentially do so, even if it is accidental.
I'm not sure we've gotten quite that far in our deliberations yet, but if it does end with us staying here, I'm more than happy to abide by your rules in your house. But maybe you could elaborate on what this measure is that you would like to take?
As much as I have been informed on the topic, I feel that it is in his best interest to speak for himself on the matter. And he kind of looks at Wave and gives him a look of continue. And Wave kind of nods back. I've dealt with a few different individuals who had a very similar situation to you in the past, and I've seen them destroy anything from a barn to a city block. So I would like to ensure that you don't do that while you're here, and also anywhere else on this plane in this time, by transferring you to a stable host. Because you are in a raw form of smoke, coal, fire, and raw animus, which is probably the only reason that you did explode previously. I assume you've stayed in this form for a very long time, right?
Yes, I have, and I have to say I've grown a little attached. I'm trying to figure what you're implying here.
I'd have to say that staying in this form any longer is only going to make it cause more and more accidents.
What are we talking about?
I'm getting there, Kipley. I feel like maybe we should discuss what we'd like to do as a group first, and maybe you and I should talk about this not over the breakfast table.
I think that it was only fair that your friends know that you are a danger to yourself and them, and you're going to go ahead into a very stressful future, and something that you may not be prepared for. They should also know that you could kill them and yourself at any moment.
I feel like you guys might have already had an inkling about that, given that I've blown up twice. Am I wrong? And kind of looks at everyone.
You blew up?
Yeah,
You
on
did
the
twice?
island. Yeah, twice. At least one of you was there. Mammoth, you were there.
Yeah, boom.
A child?
He got teleported into it. I didn't want him there.
When did this
that's
happen?
rude.
Well, you guys were busy committing treason against Paradise Peak. And on Portcliff.
Alright, you're fair. You're on the.
Aldrin's
you're fair.
eyebrow does raise at that.
It was only slight treason.
You
Like,
don't have to explain
Yeah.
it.
okay. I don't know that there's too much of a good way to explain it, except for
It's a state that doesn't exist anymore. It's fine. Did you really commit treason now?
exactly.
And did I really blow up?
Well, yes. That's
Yeah,
a person.
I did.
I really don't think you should be playing these games with yourself. This is very serious.
Oh my god, what a downer. Yes, it's serious. God forbid I try to lighten the mood a little bit. But Wave tells no lies. I can't exactly say that I'm the most stable guy around, but even if I didn't blow up, I think some of you guys probably knew that already. And if you all are uncomfortable with my keeping this form, then please let me know, and I will take that into consideration as to how we go about this next.
Well, I mean, why can't we just figure out a way for you to stabilize?
I did just offer that.
Well, without changing the form. They like the form.
Wonderful. They can love it to death, and that's where they'll end up if they stay in it.
He does not like being spoken about like he isn't here.
And I'm
Listen.
simply educating your friends on what you are.
What exactly is that? I think we've kind of beat around the bush on the technicality of it.
Yeah, I think he actually might know more than I do about that one. So
What is
please,
this, like,
take the
like
floor,
an
Wade.
old wineskin or something, like you're about to burst?
Lord have mercy, I'm about to. Oh, sorry.
Oh my.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
In the most tense of moments, secret's about to be revealed, and Jared drops, Lord, I'm about to bust. Start writing up new character, bud.
No, okay, my bad.
I'm kidding. He looks around and goes,
Oh, wrong way.
that that out of goddamn game vision. We are not having a beautiful picture of his wife, and then Lord, I'm about to bust
Below
underneath
that.
it.
He said junk in sky.
Sorry.
Wave looks at the party and goes, "I'll give you a history lesson at a later time, but that is not what this conversation is for." And I do not know everything there is to know about what they are. I have simply run into a few of them because I have lived as long as they have. So I see one every couple of centuries, and they almost always end in a terrible manner, one that your friend might be very well aware of.
Almost.
I don't know how all of them ended. Some may still be alive to this day. I don't keep tabs on every single one that I meet. I only make sure that I am aware of whether they are stable or not. And I will say the ones that didn't self-implode were the ones that accepted my offer.
Okay, what happened to the ones that accepted your offer? Like, what happens to them? What
They
do they
lived
do?
out happy lives.
Yeah, but
until the
what did they
end.
turn into?
I don't know.
Wait, you
Whatever
don't know?
they requested.
How do you know they lived happy lives then?
I keep tabs on them to make sure they didn't turn.
But you
to
don't know
violence.
what they turned into.
At this point, Mustang, he reaches for his, what is it called, a shosh? A cock? Or whatever? I don't know.
Cloche.
No, okay.
Crochet.
You explicitly heard crochet or kosh. There was no hard K at the end. Nothing hard about this kosh, alright?
He lifts it up, and inside there's a shot of tequila, a lime slice, and a cigar. And he's gonna pound that shit back while you guys are talking, because this is just wild.
And he looks at Kipling and goes, I am not going to explain this to you if you are not going to listen. It is also not impertinent for you to know.
I'm fucking listening. What the fuck? She just kind of like looks around at everyone, bewildered.
Wade,
There's
I would
already-
really love to hear you out, but I know you want everyone to hear, but I feel like we should have this talk in private.
I simply wanted to address everyone so they could understand what your situation was. If you would like to have an additional talk privately, I would be fine with that. But they have the right to know what you could cause. Especially since you already don't know what you can cause through Mischief's connection. Which, by the way, I did bring up with Ultron last night, and we both found a very concerning point. And he looks towards Cyrus. You spoke previously with all of us when Ultron asked of great feats that you had accomplished. You mentioned fighting an island of mimics and the sins that lived on it. I am assuming that these individuals did not do this on their own, that you aided them in doing so, correct? And she nods. Yeah, I personally did not cause this avatar to take over their encounter, but I did give him a boost, you could say, yes? While you are here, in this timeline, you are not to use that ever again. Because you have to understand that you are not the only mischief here. And I don't know how your connection works, but if it could cause any tampering with our current mischief, I don't even want to know what the consequences would be. So, while you are all here, I don't want you relying on any her powers. I don't want you trying to push any of her connections. You are not going to make any deals with people, and you are most certainly not going to try and reach out to yourself. And he looks towards Ultra, and Ultra goes, I wholeheartedly agree that you should keep to yourself, Mischief. This is a very dangerous place to be. And if you can remember where you would be at this point, I think it is not best for you to try and form any connection with yourself. Especially if, as you previously explained, you are simply but an aspect. If she were to overpower you and take over you, this avatar, whatever this might be, terrible things could happen. So, keep to yourself. And that goes for all of you as well. Do not respond, do not reach out, do not try and even incur her name. Are we clear?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yuppies.
Agree, but I have a question. How? Okay, so you have a year to get this whole thing figured out. If we don't invoke her powers and abilities, how do we know, one, where to start, two, if any of the solutions that we find are actually going to hold or be tangible solutions?
From what was described to me by her avatar, none of the problems that appeared were caused by you using her as a source of power. As in, she allowed you to share the boon of which she holds, as do I and many others, to reawaken others at a more powerful point in their lives. But she only did that after you ran into the danger. That did not cause the danger. Now, as to how you will be certain that your dilemma has been solved, that is, yes, hard to understand. If you fix Mischief, then I will know. We will be able to tell, because she will be able to try an experiment and it will fail. But as far as your personal selves, I don't know how the future version of myself would be able to tell it is even gone. Unless he has figured something out that I haven't. Mischief, do you know? She goes, I might have an idea. I really am uncertain. I've never felt. It's not like I feel when things happen to people that I've made contact with. So I don't know if like, if it were successful in, let's say, one out of the six of them, or one out of whatever the fuck, 'cause the name isn't really valid anymore. One of the four that are currently still in my service here was successfully isolated from my curse. If I just straight up lost my connection with them, I would notice. If there was a large enough change where I couldn't reach out to them, I might notice. I don't know. Right. Well, that is truly wonderful. You might want to seek out someone who would be able to tell the difference. Perhaps a item could be crafted, a spell could be made. I am unsure, but if that is something that cannot already be done, make sure that that is your first step then. To find a way to know that there is a connection between the two of you. Some physical evidence.
Any suggestions on people that are good with understanding bonds, connections,
It's not bonds and connections that you would want to uh, go
or
with.
understanding, like being able to see the? Or do you have anyone that you would suggest we start with?
You would want to find an arcanist of rather large power. Someone who is either of status of an archmage or equal to it in their time of studying. Uh, you would need to probably look for someone who is more familiar with the weave itself rather than just a specific school of magic. I don't know many archmages personally. Wizards and dragons do not get along very well. We wish to preserve our ways of life, and we wish to keep to ourselves, and they wish to understand knowledge of this world and beyond, and that normally leads us to clash paths in unsavory ways. Now, I do have informants, and I am sure within enough time they would be able to gather the names of those who would be able to help you. That does not mean I could give you an introduction necessarily.
That's fair.
I might be able to get you a name if you give me enough time.
You,
I do know a city that you could go to that would certainly have this person that you are looking for.
City, you say? What that city's name be?
Please hold. That city's name would be. Dom has to go look at the map. The city of. Hey, oh, I didn't say you guys get to see the map. All right. No, one will be shared shortly. That would be the city of Relin. It is Relin Academy that originally started out in the middle of a large. How do you say it? I don't know the technical term, but there are zones in this world where enemies flows differently than usual. It collects and gathers to the point where spells function in ways they shouldn't. For instance, there's spellcasters among you, so you would be familiar. Moldurf, a cantrip, could cause a large flow far greater than its natural duration or size. It could cause not just the earth, but potentially nearby surroundings to move with it. It bends the laws of what normal magic would be able to do, essentially. And in a natural way, unlike mischiefs. A settlement was made originally, and those of the arcane arts found it fascinating to study. They built a school there, and that school became so popular that it turned into an academy, and that academy grew so great that they essentially built a city around it, and they called it Relen after the name of the academy. I am sure there are dozens upon dozens of artificers and arcanists there. I don't know if there are many who would be of use to you, but that is at least a good direction to start.
Appreciate it.
Of course.
Oh, my liege, if I may.
Yes.
How long would it take to get that name if we were to wait around for it?
Um, a few days at most, maybe 4 at maximum, 2 at minimum. I would have to send one of my carriers out to prowl the city. They haven't been there in a number of years, and they would essentially need to catch up on any of the new headmasters or teachers that have recently taken place there. I haven't checked in there in centuries, so if I give you a name, they might be dead, and that might not be of use.
Ah, I see, okay. And this Rayland place, is it very far from where we are? I mean, where even are we? Do you have like a map or something that we can look at?
Ash just trying to throw aside the wait
Give me
time.
the map!
Give me the map.
Give me the map!
I believe from our current standpoint, it is a little under 300 miles away from here. As far as a map of where we are in the wildlands known as the Slumbering Slopes. This is my territory that I normally patrol and don't often leave, as monarchs flying around the world tends to lead to, well, chaos. But as far as a map, I am sure that I can procure you one.
Thank you.
Given enough time. Maybe a week or so. I'm kidding.
Oh,
Give
no,
me a
my
few
heart
minutes. I will send someone to fetch one.
Excellent.
But once you are able to establish that this connection is there through whatever means is possible, I guess you can start your experimenting then. In the meantime, though, I do bring up a very serious quandary that Wave also brought to my attention last night. I say this with all due respect. This is an extraordinarily dangerous world, and all of you are you may be of decent standing where you come from. I am unsure of what dangers lie in your Paradise Peak and beyond, but we are killing creatures on the daily that are pretty close to extinction level events in most other worlds that I traveled to. You may find it difficult to travel alone, so until then, I would highly, until you are able to, excuse me, I would highly suggest that underneath Wave and some friends I might be able to call upon, we might have to begin some serious training with all of you. And at least once you're of a higher awakening, perhaps you could control your curse better. At least if something went wrong, you would be of higher capability to handle the aftermath.
All of us?
If you would like to step outside the palace safely, then yes. Again, I offered to let you stay here, and I was serious in the regard. If you would like to be here for a year, then a year will be offered, but I assume that if your first step brings you outside of the palace's doors, you will probably have to go out again, and I cannot guarantee your safety during this time.
Oh. How long is it going to take to train us?
I am unsure. It, I do not have a roadmap as to how to constantly reawaken somebody. I can make pacts and deals with people to cause their first awakening, and I can make it a very powerful one, but to reawaken somebody else, it is not as simple. Especially since you already have made deals with Mischief, I can't just make myself available as she did with idols. But I know that with enough physical training and a bit of arcanum, whether you are a druid or a savage, you will be able to increase your strength while in these walls. It may take a few weeks, it may take a few months, but I think it is extraordinarily dangerous to leave until you are more powerful. I could send Wave with you as a chaperone of sorts. And I am willing to do that for the first excursion if we do find a name within Relan. But he will not always be available. He has his own duties to attend to, as do I.
Right.
But
I think
fear
that's
that
fair.
shouldn't be a problem for the majority of you.
Majority of us. Okay. No, I don't think we were expecting any help coming back here, so it's much appreciated.
If you're going to be traveling these lands at such far distances, you will need help.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
You are doing my family a service. Whether it was forced upon you or not, it is still a service. So I will at least help you in this endeavor. I am not going to hold your hand through it, but I will simply show you the way. I do have items, I guess you could call it, that could help you in the meantime. As much as I am a man of natural magic, from my draconic lineage, I also like to study artifice and a little bit of arcanum, not as much, in my years of being alive. And I did hire a large quantity of artificers in the past to build me various different items to help allies of mine who maybe weren't as powerful as I fight battles with me. In fact, I still have some of the items used to fight the divergence within my stored halls. I am not exactly willing to part with them, but if it is necessary for you to leave on short notice, I will allow you to borrow them. However, if you break one of them, or destroy or lose, from what you have told me about my older self, I am already sure you know that I don't need to exactly threaten you for you to know what consequences lie beyond that.
Yeah, that's tempting. I don't. She kind of looks back at the rest of her party before looking back at all. I would love something, like that, but I also don't need something else to stress over. About something breaking, and yet another reason that we need to be disintegrated.
Trust me, these things are hard to break, but they can be broken, so
Well,
I wanted to preface.
we're pretty
also
good at
don't
breaking
think-
things, so.
I also don't think you will survive very long without them in your current state.
Okay, so damned if we do, damned if we don't. Great, let's take a look at them.
You don't
I mean,
have-
training.
The training will only help you utilize them better.
And that's going to take time.
It is. And you will have to wait, no matter what, to try and find out the name of who can help you in Ralen, or if it is someone who can help you otherwise. So you must gain patience. You have a year to solve this problem. Trying to rush it will only get you killed.
Oh, you think we can train in like a week?
No,
Oh, God.
I just said patience and you are already trying to hasten.
Yeah, well, there's like a year timeline. It's kind of like, this ticking time bomb.
Yes, it is 366 days that you have to achieve this.
Oh, that sounds so big to you, doesn't it?
You do know I have lived for a lifetime you cannot even comprehend, right?
Which is why it's just mind-blowing that you think that's a big number. It's not.
It is not a big number, but it is big for you. It is larger than 0.
Okay,
And you have been
obvious
given this.
statement.
Let me
I'm
be very
sorry,
clear
I'm
with
being
you.
rude.
You are
I'm
being
being-
extraordinarily
I should be
rude.
more grateful. I'm sorry. We've been through a bit much recently.
And that is the only reason I am being as understanding as I am right now. I normally don't talk to people like this. I normally don't talk to people, and you are addressing me very casually. So please take that into account. There is a measure of respect that if I offered anyone the luxury to even stay within the palace, never mind use a weapon of divergence, they would shit their pants.
Well, I'm going to stop talking. She just kind of takes a step back.
You see, around this time, the door opens again, and a servant, different than the ones you've run before, comes running in, and they have a bundle in their hand. Looks like a bundle of some sort. Excuse me. I was dying without drinking water for so long. A bundle looks like a large bundle of parchment in their hand. And they run, and they place it down on the table, and Uldren kind of nods. Thank you. We will call you again if you need anything. They scurry off, closing the door behind them, and Uldren unrolls it and slides it into the center of the table in front of all of you. And for those who are not already on Roll20, open up that bitch because you got a world map, ladies and gentlemen. Showing before you, you see that there are 13 major cities listed. And the icon, which is the palace with a little red circle around it to grab your attention, is where you currently are. And the ruler is accurate in miles of how far away each and every single one of these cities and places on this map are from your current location. Welcome to the big, wide world of Eris. Also, congratulations, everyone. Welcome to the name of the campaign.
Oh my god! It's happening!
Oh,
It's
Wow.
like
this took us a long time to get to the actual. This is the actual campaign.
No, it's just a funny coincidence. But nevertheless.
Guys, we
it's like
made
when
it
they
out of
say
the
the name of the
prologue.
show.
Yeah, if that was the prologue, that'd be so fucked up.
What do
Now
we
we
do
can play the
now?
game.
Now we can, guys, we made it past the tutorial phase. Oh my god, A's chump. Um, no, but you can see before you a map of which, I need Mustang, Kipley, and Duradon. Each of you can go ahead and make me a history check. Is it extraordinarily high DC?
Mm.
You're
How about a
looking for.
natural 20 for 21?
I was just about to say 21 or higher, so you barely make it.
Yeah, my life's long. My money long, my history long.
my my life long, my money long, my history long.
My history long.
Duradon? Is Jared dead? Jared! If you're talking,
Exist.
you're muted.
History, that is 17.
17. Even though it's extremely high for you, still a fail.
Gotcha.
This is trying to remember things that are extraordinarily irrelevant. One of these names, two of them, because you rolled natural 20, looks familiar to you, Mustang. And you're kind of scratching your head as to how it looks familiar. The word and name, Odia, and Saturn. You don't know where you've heard those names before, but you most certainly recognize them. That is all you get with a natural 20, unfortunately.
So it was Odia and ping the other one on the map?
Saturn.
It's a turn. Okay, got it.
The rest you are unsure of, or at least don't ring any bells, but two names kind of weirdly.
Oh. Oh, wait.
But you do see Ultron kind of points a finger to the map, to where Ronell is. He goes, "It is, as I said before, it is roughly 270 miles, just under 300.
Ranel or Rellin?
Relin. It was the slip of the draconic tongue.
Mm.
Mm. Relin is also not somewhere you want to be flying over. They do have magical defenses, as they live in a very profitable and luxurious part of the world. Many people would like to have what they have, and it's not often that, or excuse me, it's not uncommon that others try and siege the city, whether it be humanoids or monsters alike. But I would not worry, as you do not have to, or you should not have to, go into many of these cities during your time here. And I advise that you have as little contact with this world as on a need to interact basis, essentially.
So, how should we approach Rollin?
The items that I will give you can also function as vehicles,
Good.
and they will be able to bring you there in a rather safe manner, and you will have to walk the rest of the miles to get there. I strongly advise that you walk at least 10 miles, maybe a little bit further, for the rest of your journeys. For if they noticed what you had, they would most certainly want to take it for their own.
How do they get along with monarchs other than like, dragon monarchs? Obviously, since it's a town full of wizards. Do most cities?
Do not mention that you know me.
Yeah, I figured that much. But what about other monarchs?
I will tell you this right now. There is only a handful of monarchs in this world. The fact that you've interacted with a few of them is already extraordinarily rare. Many people don't even believe that we are real until they see us for themselves. Even if I were to walk directly into a city, the majority of them would not even recognize me as a dragon, never mind the monarch of them. It would take an extraordinarily powerful individual to pick up on who I am. I think you are all aware of what I am because you've already experienced interacting with me before. Most people don't believe in us until, we show up to save their world and they claim the credit. Although I am not upset about that, that is very much done purposely. We allow humans to think that they are their own champions, for the most part. It solves a lot of problems when it comes to jealousy or the craving of power. Any other questions?
Do we want to look at all those items now, or do we want to talk about what we want to do?
That can be done later. I mean, you can pick which one you would like at a later date when you are leaving, or if you want to beforehand, that is also fine, but simply, I would like all of you to focus on brainstorming over the next couple of days. Obviously, do not look too far into the future because there are many steps for you to get there, but also think about any requests, like finding a name of somebody who can help create either a spell, item, or whatnot to detect whether you're in connection with the monarch or not. Things of that nature. Let me know if there's anything else that needs to be done. The faster that all of you can think of those questions and put in those requests, the faster that I can aid you, or find someone to aid you in doing so. Otherwise, you may still take some time to recover. I realize that many of you have come from many different interesting occasions before you arrived here, and you are still not fully up to your maximum potential. I will not let any of you leave until you are up and running at your fullest. That would be a death sentence. If the
And oh, go ahead.
No, by all means, if you had something to say.
If we were interested in initiating this training, do we just, ring for wave or come find you?
I'm not going to train you.
That
No offense, but I
makes,
do not have experience in holding back.
makes sense for a guy like you.
Wave will be your first coordinator if you would like to undergo the training for somebody else, maybe someone who is more personalized to either a lineage, discipline, or whatnot. I can look into others who may be more suited for it. But Wave does have a diverse skill set and a nearly unbreakable body, so he is a perfect sparring partner.
Got it.
As
Okay.
for understanding the more occult arts, he will probably need to find someone else to help you in that endeavor. And he looks over towards Ghibli. But as for the rest of you, he should probably be able to handle the majority of you, actually. Anything else?
That's all I got. Thank you for sharing your time, patience, and wisdom with us, my liege. I know we're not the easiest.
You do not have to thank me upon every step that we take in this journey together. As I
Outside
said,
the
there are services that each of us are providing towards a similar goal.
old you left a lasting impression. I will keep my gratitude to myself then.
I understand. Well, I feel there is a secondary conversation that needs to be had. So if there is nothing else to be said, I believe the rest of you have brainstorming to do, and some of you have conversations elsewhere.
Okay, did we just back out?
He kind of looks at you like looks at each and every single one of you.
Blinking sound effect.
Yeah,
Mm.
just kind of waiting.
All right, bye then.
We will call upon you soon for another conversation. Sometime soon. Duradon.
Yes.
After you are done resting for today, this evening, ask one of my servants to bring you to our garden. I would like to have a further talk on the topic of Haruma, as you mentioned him previously.
Uh, of course.
All of you are dismissed. And you see he himself gets up and exit out a different door. There's a door at the to his left, roughly only about 40 feet away. He gets up, kind of gives a slight nod to Wave, and exits. And you can see servants open up the doors all the way across the other end of the table and kind of give a slight bow towards all of you.
Did Wave leave too?
Hmm?
Did Wave leave too?
No, Wave is still standing there. Anyone with a passive insight of 12 or higher can tell that he said there's a secondary conversation that needs to take place between only a few or only certain people, heavily implying that Wave and Mustang would have the room after everyone else was done asking questions.
We're
Dang.
gonna talk about our plan.
Duran throws the deuces up and disappears.
Both Cyrus and him just meld into the background, just a black portal sucking them both away.
Mhm.
You both get up and leave.
Yep. Yes, that means specifically.
Kipley, do you follow?
She doesn't want to, but she will.
Mustang kind of solemnly waves to everyone like he's a freaking cow being taken to slaughter right now.
Wait, do you want us to stay? Because I want to.
This
I mean,
isn't a conversation for you right now.
I'm sorry, Kipley. I'll fill you in later.
He looks towards Mammoth.
Oh
That
yeah, I'll
goes
leave.
For you too.
Hey, wait, Mammoth. Before you go,
Hi.
did your concierge guy, did he talk to you this morning?
Who?
The servant guy. Did you have a bartender in there? I can't remember. You shouldn't.
No.
Well, I told him to leave you a message, but we should talk later.
All right.
All right, see you, buddy.
Bye bye.
Oh my god.
You all make your way out, and it's very much like a group of kids who are brought into the principal's office, and each one's dismissed one by one, slowly walking out, kind of giving their goodbyes as they do, and then the doors close, and it is just you and Wave left alone. And Wave has not moved a singular inch since he transformed to a human. He is completely still in the same exact spot on the right-hand side of Ultron's chair, and you're about like 10 feet away from him, sitting on the opposite side of the table. So you guys are just having this like kind of diagonal eye contact. And as Mammoth leaves and the doors are closed, he kind of just lets out this audible sigh. And just kind of looks at you. And again, it is prolonged eye contact. Oh god, I love fucking Bill Burr. You see, he kind of looks at you and goes, I hope you understand that that was not meant as a personal slight towards you, but they did have the right to know that you are a danger. And you not sharing that with them previously. If you care about them, that should be a problem to you.
You can spare me the lecture, Wave. I did want to tell them, but unfortunately, the smorgasbord of shit that we've been going through has effectively prevented me, so then was as good a time as any, so thank you.
Right. When was the last time you stopped counting how long you've been alive?
Oh god, a long time ago. Long time ago. I was probably maybe 100, and I got sick of counting.
Oh, sorry, I need to sneeze. Um,
Bless you.
thank you. Let me see what it was. 100. It's actually pretty long. Not many make it past 6, 7 decades without having their first problem. Accident, as you call it.
Well, I don't know if I made it that long.
So you've had others. How many in total?
I'm not really sure. They have always felt different. I've never had a name for what it feels like to lose control like that. And if I had to give it a approximation, maybe 4 times in total, but spread out over the span of a few hundred years.
4. During any of this time, I assume you've heard a voice in your head telling you either to do things, protect yourself, or hurt others. One that obviously isn't your own.
Maybe it was, well, not the first 2 times. And then the third time, I don't remember much, but I definitely was not in the driver's seat of the carriage. And then the last time there was something telling me to let go of the reins, but I told it N-O.
And during this time, did it ever address itself? You have a conversation.
Other than telling me what to do?
Other than it telling you what to do.
I guess, could you clarify a little further just so I can understand what your question is? I don't want to
Did
start rambling
it
here.
talk to you outside of giving you simple orders? Did it give you a name? Did it tell you what it is? Did it tell you what you are? Things like that.
I don't think it's ever addressed itself directly. I've heard other people give it a name, but never itself.
You've heard other people give it a name.
Yeah, 2 different ones.
What names were those?
The first I heard was called the Primordial Spark, and then the second were the Pillars of Creation.
Both surprisingly accurate.
You know, I feel like maybe
These
there's a
weren't.
bit of information that you're not telling me here about what this thing is.
Right. I'm getting to that in a second.
Okay.
These people that said this weren't made of smoke like you, were they?
Oh, one of them was. One of them was actually me, but like hot. Well, you know, I am hot, but like actually like womanly, and he kind of makes his hands in like the shape of a Kirby figure.
You're going to need to elaborate.
It was Lorna Nane's doing. Well, I guess that's Mischief. Mischief's doing. She had the deck of cards that summoned this alternate version of myself, and she happened to be a little more enlightened.
You're joking.
I wish I was. I wish I was, Wave. The things I've seen.
So you pulled from a version of the deck of many things, and it brought an alternate version of yourself towards you, and she called you a primordial spark.
Now she's Miss Pillar of Creation.
She called you the Pillar of Creation. Well, if she's from an alternate reality, that might be why it's a little off then. Not wrong, but different. you... well, you technically aren't a pillar of creation or a primordial spark. You were just a dead guy who got lucky. Or in this case, really unlucky. History lesson. Let's see if the Wandering Bard knows his stuff. What plane of existence came into being first?
Do I get a history check for that?
Sure. Go ahead and make me a history check.
Yeah, he's got no fucking clue.
What'd you roll?
5.
5. Cool. It's your best guess then.
Uh, very first one. I guess. Using my context clues, I imagine it have to do something with primordial. Somewhere in that element soup.
Mm. Breathtaking. A great guess. Something primordial.
Pumps his fist.
Again, technically not wrong, but in the worst way possible.
You guys just can't let a guy win,
got
can
it.
you?
Well, if you can guess primordial, then you have 4 different options instead of just saying something primordial. Earth, wind, air, and fire. All of which have their own plane. And also are the first 4 planes that have ever been created. Although I don't know how great the history books are from your time, so maybe it's a bit lacking. Fire plane came first. It was the first thing that came into existence. And therefore the first beings that ever walked on this plane came from there. And when they did, they brought behind some of the remnants of their home. Actual humanoids themselves don't really matter too much because, well, they didn't come for a very long time. At first it was just monsters, mayhem, all of that loveliness. But the first beings that stepped onto the prime material plane were composed of soot and magma and rock. Some called them magmen, some, well, many weren't even learning languages yet or didn't know how to communicate, so screamed in their general direction. Point being, the very essence of this world as you know it comes from the plane of fire. It's where the first life was sparked. It's where the first humanoid was born, created. And it is where what made you like this is from. Some call it the ash of creation, some call it the primordial spark, and yes, it is in its origins from the plane of fire. After the original creatures that brought you through this world, and I do mean you, because whether you like it or not, you're part of it, your essence was scattered into the wind, going thousands upon thousands of miles across this world. Some were destroyed, simply lost to the oceans and seas. Others caught in trees or land or cave systems, mountain ranges. And the world changed drastically when it was first made, so many of them got brought underground for one terraforming or the other. And that's when they first started to show up. When humanoids began to venture downwards into the deep dark. I never spent much time in the Underdark, but that's where I met the first one of you. Was a small child. I assume the original body died young because they were no longer than 2.5 feet tall. Voice young, scared. Luckily, the Underdark doesn't have much in terms of lumber. Not much to burn, but the people around them. So while the village they came from wasn't destroyed, well, after whatever circumstance led them to turn into that, there's roughly 40 corpses in their wake and a traumatized smoke monster to be dealt with. I took them in. I mentored them for a little bit. I tried to get rid of it. I tried to transform them. I tried many different things, and it didn't work. And eventually they imploded. Took about 50 years. A little less. They blew up. Says the very nature of what you are. As long as you are on this plane, you're unstable. You will forever be beckoned back to the plane of fire, where you might think you're not from, but at your very essence, currently you are. And until you get there, every single day that passes, you will grow more and more unstable. And those accidents that you have will grow at larger scales. As I said, the biggest one I've seen blew up half a city. Although they were already quite powerful awakened when they reached that stage, you're not quite there, so I don't think you would reach that level. Even still, you see my point about why I really don't think I can give you the option to simply walk out of here yourself. Liking your smoky benefits or undead nature is only going to get you and whatever you care about killed. I've only seen 2 people leave behind their spark and live out happy lives. And both of them went inside the vessels that were provided.
And these vessels are what?
Humanoid shells. Ever heard of homunculus?
Oh, yes, I have.
Yeah. Origins of them were actually made in Relen. Much, much longer before it became a massive city or anything of note. But someone wanted to make a human being. Someone that wasn't born but created, and they did it. It came out malformed, a terrible creature of abomination. But eventually, over time, began to perfect the art, and eventually a spell was made called Simulacrum. Makes a double of you out of snow or ash. Allows them to have everything that you do. Some drawbacks, of course, but that was the first experiment I tried. that worked. They lived out semi-normal life until they were killed. Died in a battle of which I never really knew the details of, but well, I kept them maintained for 20 years, give or take, without having any problems. So I kept trying different or similar methods, but I'm not arcane in nature, so I can't just keep casting the spell. I used a spell scroll the first time. So I hired an extraordinarily talented craftsman to make a mudman. A shell, essentially. A clay body that could be infused or possessed and take a different form. Could be anything from a human to, well, I don't know, owlin, a gnome, goblin, whatever species you want. You could craft it as long as the artist had a image of what they're working with. They're pretty talented. That's an understatement. They're extraordinarily talented. And all you needed to do was give it a core. Something that you could put yourself in. I tried using a soul jar once. Turned out to be a rather weak vessel. Ended up replacing it a few times, but it was inefficient. Eventually I found that different materials can house souls better than others. And I made my own. Well, I didn't really make it entirely. I had help by a dozen artificers or so, but it's the last model that I used when I was working with the last you, I guess. And they are still currently alive.
Really?
Yeah.
Where?
He has been in that body for 40-something years. He currently lives in Fortuno. He used to be an adventurer, or at least someone who do stupid shit for money. Almost blew up a number of times before the transfer. But afterwards, he's taken up life as a storyteller.
Oh,
Simple bard who goes around singing songs about great deeds and, well, the immaculate history of Eris.
sounds like me. A little more bookish.
He's rather charming and a wonderful person, and he is only like that because he went through the containment. Otherwise, he would have been a burnt corpse somewhere. Not even a corpse, there's nothing left behind but soot. You get my point.
Can I talk to him? Ever?
I already sent word to him yesterday.
Wait,
He'll be here in a few days. It's not for your sake. It was to prove a point. Because he has first-hand experience, and he will tell you all of the benefits and downsides. Like a homunculus, you will need to eat. You will need to sleep.
Bummer.
And you will have limits. Healing magic will work, but if and when you die, you will have to be remade. Can't be revivified. The soul might just pass on immediately and you'll be lost forever. which isn't exactly a bad thing. That's how most normal people go. But if there was some arduous situation where your friends wanted to bring you back and your soul was still willing, they would need to cast resurrection on you and need to have me or someone else of a similar level of craftsmanship make you a new body and a new core.
Any other downsides I should know about?
You age, and you will age a little slower than a human. Probably live to be anywhere between 125, 150 years old. If your child, when you became this, sounds like you are somewhere in your 30s, maybe, when you died. I'm not sure. But you will assume whatever age that you died at, and with the request of what you want to look like and all of that, well, you can try and make yourself look younger, but the soul doesn't exactly change that way.
I think I'd be okay. Die at the end of the day.
Yeah. But the reason why so many people, or sparks, whatever you want to call them, in the past turned down this is because they grew intoxicated with their own powers. They loved being able to jump inside people's bodies, walk through walls, summon fireballs the size of buildings, etc., etc., and they all said the same thing. That they were above it all. That they didn't need help. That it was not a curse. And towards the end of it, how I was just trying to ruin their lives. Now, I think you're pretty close to getting to the intoxicated part, but I also think that you're not quite fully there yet. 100 years is a long time, but it sounds like you didn't develop all of your abilities early on. Which is good, because that means that you've had time where you were just a person. And I assume that you have some understanding of the world outside of being someone who can literally walk through it.
Wouldn't go that far, but with the metaphor at least. But your meaning is correct.
Good. So I'm going to be very honest with you. Mustang,
Wave.
I'm not really giving you an option. If you want to stay the way you are, either I'm going to have to kill you, or you're going to have to find some way to go back to your time. And it'll be someone else's problem. Now, you can choose to go through with this, and everything will be just fine. But make no mistake, if you think that you can just simply deny this, well, I'm not going to force your body onto an operating table, but I am certainly also not going to let you walk off or float off scot-free.
Get yourself clear, Wave. Crystal.
Yes, but I want to know what you want to do. Because
Oh, you
me,
want me to decide right now?
no, I want to hear your thoughts on it. Because me saying all of this is one thing, but coming from your perspective, I don't know what you're thinking. I don't know what your experience has been in your body. I don't know if you like it or hate it. It sounds like you like it, which is strange for an undead being that can't oblige in any of the pleasures of life. But again, nonetheless, I just made my own point. I don't know what you are as a person or what you're thinking about what I've offered you. So please enlighten me.
Do I have to? I kind of like that you think I'm a mystery.
It's not a mystery. It's just an unknown. Two very different things.
I don't know, those kind of felt like synonyms. I'd rather talk about this with my friends.
Mystery can be solved. Unknown is learned. I want to learn you. I don't want to try and solve what you are. That's a very egotistical thing to say about yourself. And yes, I'm very aware of that coming from me.
Uh-huh. Okay. Yeah, I can't say I'm particularly inclined to share the inner machinations of my mind with you, Wave. At least not right now. Especially because what you just put on me, that's a lot to put on a guy, or a ghost, or a primordial fire being. I've got a lot to think about. A lot. And, maybe we could circle back to this in, like, by end of day or something, but I am gonna need some time to mull all this over, because you just basically told me, hey, Mustang, you've been this horrible thing your entire life, and you've hurt everyone around you, probably because you are this thing. However, you can give it all up and have a normal life, but you're gonna age, you're gonna die, you need to eat, sleep, shit. And if you die, it's gonna be really hard to bring you back. Not to mention, half of my powers come from me being whatever the hell this is, and the other half got left in the future. So I'm not going to be very helpful to all my friends if I just let everything go. So I kind of need to weigh my options here.
First off, never said that you needed shit. Second off, all of those things is what you've already done. Whether you remember them or not, you were a person before this. You had a name, you had a life, you had people that probably cared about you. Whatever it might have been, I don't know. But this isn't exactly something new to you. You've already been through it. The spark just erases those memories because it wants you to only care about one thing and one thing only. And that's getting to the point where you either go back to where you're from so you can re-merge with all the rest of you, or implode and try and, gee, I don't know, take out as many people that are around you as possible because for some fucking reason, they love to be in populated areas. Never understood that part. I mean, I guess they don't care because, they're, what? Not really humans or humanoid. They're ashes of the thoughts that are left behind from the original creators, so who knows what exactly they think. But you
That
are
felt very
dangerous.
pointed.
We're extraordinarily dangerous. If you think you have value in any way, shape, or form, and that it is only linked to you being what you are right now, then I think, frankly, you are extraordinarily stupid. There are many ways that people can be useful in life. There is a fucking child in your group. He has no ghostly abilities. He doesn't fly through fucking walls, and yet he is still here and alive after traveling with you for I don't know how long. You have someone who is evidently cursed as an undead, which is also concerning. I'll get to that at a later date, but I don't sense imminent doom from them. And then you have a guy with a really big sword who hits people. And that sword is also a fake version of my brother, so that's also interesting to get around, but not the point. There's many ways that you can be useful, and there's many ways that you can be a part of your group or with your friends or whatever you want to call them. It doesn't have to be for the ways that you've been doing so far.
Okay. I still want to think about it and talk to that guy.
He can only get here as fast as the mount carrying him.
Right. I'm not telling you to pick up speed, but I am telling you that I am going to need some. I'm going to need a minute.
He just looks like an exaggerated spy, excuse me. I can't do it by myself right now anyways. I can call upon one of... Technically she is inside of the palace, but she is difficult to talk to. And normally constantly working on other projects for Ultron. But I am sure that she and he will gladly give up her time to aid you in this endeavor, and I'll also have to source materials for it and all of the other things in between. So yes, you can have a day to think it over. You just know... You know the options before you. And as much as I say it in a grim way, I really want you to make the right choice. Because whatever wholeness the spark has offered you, you are not going to find it. I've met roughly 8 sparks in my time. None of them had even known that there were others in existence. Never mind met one another or met another aspect of themselves. That's over the course of hundreds and hundreds of years. Any likelihood that you'll reunite with your other half self, whatever you referenced with before, not gonna happen. It never has for anyone else that has ever lived with your condition. Just try and think it over and make the right choice.
I will give it new thought. And, I know you've done this, at least 8 times, like you said, but again, this is my first time hearing all this, so please, I appreciate you bearing with me.
And if it helps influence your decision, he reaches into a bag and pulls out 2 items and places them on the table.
Oh.
One you recognize barely. It is freshly made, and you can tell this because it is poorly made. It is what you think is a harmonica? Go ahead and make me just a raw int check.
Ooh.
Yeah, no,
How's
I'll
that?
allow raw int or raw wisdom, either one.
Well, I rolled a 19 on my int check, so I'll keep
Cool.
that.
It kind of dawns on you that if it's been over 1,000 years or more, some instruments might not have been made. And some might be newer than others. And while there is a fully functioning guitar in front of you, you have no doubt in your mind that is just a piece of metal with holes in it and will certainly not function as a harmonica. And that he probably researched what a harmonica was, couldn't find it, and went for the best replica that he could for whatever otherworldly texts he could find.
Oh. So he sees the guitar, but his attention is really caught by this hunk of metal with the holes in it. Wave. Did you make this?
Why would you say that?
Did you?
You requested a harmonica. I brought you a harmonica.
But did you make it?
You making a point of this. I don't know why you're doing it, but please stop.
Oh. Okay, I'm actually really touched. It's really nice of you. He'll take the harmonica and kind of inspect it. He's being genuine.
It barely looks like a harmonica. It does not have any of the properties or any of the physical aspects of it besides the rough shape and the fact that the holes are somewhat where they should be.
Oh, this is a really beautiful craftsmanship, Wave. Oh well, not quite a harmonica, but something else. You know what, Wave? I know we're kind of at each other's throats right now, but mark my words, I'm gonna get you to like me.
I don't hate you, I hate your decisions, and I want to make that very clear.
I have not made a single decision yet.
I hate the decision that you haven't told your friends about what you are, or about what you can do, slash, implode at any given moment.
I didn't know it was that bad, okay? Until within the past few days here.
If you heard a voice inside of your head warning you about yourself, I think you could put two and two together that it should be something that you look into, or at least check out.
Warning. We all got voices in our heads. It's kind of nominal in this group, but you're right. I should have told them sooner. That was a bad choice.
I also hate the fact that you're even thinking about keeping yourself this way, because again, if you do, I've already threatened you, which I don't like doing. And second,
babe. Okay, go on. Second.
No.
Let's hear it. I gotta get the full picture here.
You've already made my point. You know what I've said. It stands at that.
I'm trying to get in the habit of consulting those closest to me before I make a big decision about my life that might affect the people around me. One step at a time.
Tell them
Covering
all the
assholes.
details,
Yes, I'm going to tell them every single thing that you told me.
including what will happen if you stay this way.
Yes.
Good.
I'm done being a liar. I'm done running. I'm going to tell them what's going on, and we're going to decide what we want to do as a group, as a I don't know, a posse, a family.
Tomorrow morning, I will expect a semblance of an answer.
And a semblance you shall have, Wave. A semblance you shall have. Just as I have this semblance of a harmonica. And he holds up the harmonica.
There's a slight pained look when you say semblance of a harmonica. And your queries are answered that he 100% made this.
Wave. You have charmed me, Wave. I cannot deny it.
If there's no other questions about the spark, there is a garden that needs to be watered.
Yeah, you do that, Wave. My garden's plenty watered.
I have no idea what that means. And he begins to walk out following the same route that Ultra took.
You and me, Wave, to the end of the day. That's what it is. He's gonna... Oh, wait, no! He's gonna ring this bell as he's walking away.
He stops in the doorway.
I have another request, and it's kind of stupid. So maybe I could ask someone else, but you're here right now.
Yes.
You wouldn't be having me able to give me a hat, would you? cowboy hat, please? That would make my decision-making process a lot easier. I think a lot faster with a hat on.
Don't have a hat. I will see if Noelle can make one.
Thank you, Wave.
I strongly suggest that you have very good reasoning. Besides, it helps me think better as to why you commissioned this when there are things of much greater importance.
Now, how else am I gonna make a homunculus a home without a hat, Wave?
That is not a statement. And he just walks out.
Love you, Wave. Ah, Lee. All right, he's gonna go try and find all his friends.
2 seconds later, he walks back in.
Oh, Wave.
At the end of the day, gather you and your friends. You can decide which items of divergence you want, or you would like to request to use under Ultron's approval.
Okay. Sure thing. I'll let him know.
I would prefer it to be done sooner than later. I will
I'll
have
let them know that too.
There will probably have to be a lot of maintenance done in order to... Never mind.
What, are they dusty?
Without saying anything, he just walks off again.
Yeah. Oh, I've got him flustered, as you say.
No, not flustered.
No, I'm
He looks
joking.
like
I'm
he was about
joking.
to
I know
say
he's not.
Yeah.
I know I'm pissing him off. Okay.
But you walk off to go ahead and find your friends. Where are your friends? Anyone
That's
want to
a
do
good-
anything during this time? Because that did take a while to explain.
It did. That was a lot. Thank you, troopers.
Hey, I loved it. We got a little... I love
I did too. I'm freaking out
I
over
mean,
here.
we've been saying this way too long. And now it's just a little
Mustang
bit.
lore is necessary. We
It
must
is.
always
It
Mustang.
is.
Into the Mustang verse. Mustang into the Mustang verse.
Into the Mustang, into the Stang verse.
Yeah.
Staying in the Mustang first.
Love that. Where's everyone else during this? You all go back to your rooms? Did you want to go on another walk around the palace? Wait, what's going on? Any other conversations, mainly, that you would like to try and have while this is going on? You don't have to, but if there is one.
Jordan asks where his daughter is.
His daughter?
Oh, the dragon.
Who do you ask this?
I Cyrus, as they're walking away, is like, by the way, where's our daughter at? What was that?
Did you say where's our?
Hmm?
No. I just want to clarify. This is Dom saying, did you say
Oh,
our?
okay. Yeah. Yes. Out of character.
Right. No, I immediately know you're talking. Fucking, yep, the dragon. Cool.
Yeah.
That fucking took me a second. 'Cause I thought you were straight up asking about Ultra, and I was like, brother, we're about to get into some shit. Oh my god. Cool. You ask where your kid's at, and without skipping a beat, you hear, again, you're kind of having a hard time deciphering which one is which, but you hear a response going, I don't think you've given me the privilege of children yet. It's kind of hard to give it a moment's notice, but we could start sooner than later. I mean, I could ask Cyrus to start. I'm sure she would be willing, considering last time spent
The
most of the night
draconic
together.
child. No, the draconic child.
Oh,
I mean,
the one
at
that
some point, but also not
yeah.
you. It would be Cyrus.
Technically-
Anyway.
technically, I did give you that child.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. I don't want to give ownership of myself over it, though, because that's a responsibility that I don't want. Children aren't my thing. He's here. She's here. I think it's a she, right?
Yes, it's she.
I don't remember. What did you call it?
Fair.
Thierg?
Mm-hmm.
Be so honest with you, you're gonna have to rename that thing. That is a terrible name. There are not many terrible names. Thierg is a terrible name.
Don't listen. Once they're sapient enough to name themselves, they can name themselves.
I'll be so real with you. It's a dragon. I don't even know what type of dragon it is. What type of what'd you get?
A sea dragon.
Sea drake? I don't know what their intelligence is, Duradon, but they're probably not that intelligent. It's very rare to see an intelligent being, or intelligent dragon, name themselves. Normally, they get their name through their parents, or through tales that they find interesting in history, and they just add like a gon or r or like an ending to it, like Galadron uh, or Sutar, there's different things,
Mm,
suffixes and prefixes and.
I'm not gonna hold you. Uh, my child is technically smarter than I am.
Oh my god, is it?
Yes.
What's its intelligence?
13.
13. Oh my god, it is. It's smarter than you.
It's smarter than me
Uh,
too.
I think it's smarter than most of this party, if I'm being honest, and that's
Smarter than
kind
all
of
of us.
concerning.
It's
Although
more
it does.
charismatic than me too.
Oh my god! What's its charisma?
A 15.
Oh my god, what the fuck? That is a 15 charisma? Oh my god, it does. Holy shit. Why is its mental stats kind of great? Wow. Sea dragon wormlings, folks. They're good.
Yeah.
They're not stupid.
It only
Um,
gets better. Holy fuck!
yeah.
As it gets older.
I will say it is a baby, so even though you might think it's intelligent by nature, not that intelligent. I'd be so real with you. It might grow to be smarter, but right now it's a child and it barely knows its own language. So, I actually don't know where it is though. You should probably ask about that.
What do you mean you don't know where? I've been unconscious. I've died so many times. I thought you would look after our kid.
They weren't in the room with us.
Oh. Start wandering around like massive ass place yelling Fury's name. Erg.
I want you to go ahead and roll me a D100. Please roll high.
99.
Good shit. Good shit. You're not gonna like that, but good shit.
What the fuck?
It takes you a little over an hour and a half of walking. I was gonna decide how many minutes it takes for you to find her. It takes you legitimately an hour and a half to find her. Again, it's an hour and a half. You still don't cover the entirety of the palace. It's fucking massive, and you do manage to scope out a large portion of it. You even do pass by Maury's room on the upper floors, but you go down, and you go down even past your own rooms, and the lower that you get, the hotter it gets. And you notice that you can like kind of find yourself perspirating a little bit the lower that you keep going. And while you're shouting the name, you hear a response of a kind of like confused. How do I put this? It's almost like the confused dog meme of like a "Huh?" but a slightly more draconic-esque cry. And peeking their head around one of the corners for like a stairwell, you see the head of Fierg just kind of poking out at you. Eyes kind of doing the slow frog blink, where like one eye goes first, the other follows.
Hey,
You just kind of
been?
maintain eye contact.
Oh, okay. I gotta learn your language at some point. Um, this is about to be perfect. Um, I'm going to mind link with it, and luckily through the Calistar mind link, don't need to share a language with the creature for it to understand your telepathic utterances.
I believe it does have to know a singular language for that to work, though, right?
Does it know no language? Oh well, it
It's a
was just
baby,
yesterday.
Jared.
Yeah,
This is
sorry, dragon
literally a
babies are
child.
my bad. My bad. It doesn't.
Bro is pulling up to a 1-year-old and asking to see if they know English. Not even a 1-year-old. Um, yeah, you try the bond and you instantly get nada. This is
Oh
probably like the
no.
first time that's failed for you because you don't talk with many babies.
Oh, you're like a child. Um, Jordan's gonna try to remember how his dad was. And he's like, oh well, child soldier. He tries to remember how his mom was. Um, it's like, hey, little one. My mom, she would ask me how did hunting go.
It
I don't
it's
remember
just
what she
staring
did as
at
a
you.
child. Um,
Also, by the way, you're in the middle of a hallway right now.
mhm.
Set up a scene for you so you understand what you're doing. You're in a hallway. There's a staircase leading down to the left that opens up into like a much like a dark room essentially that you can't really see too well into, and it just keeps going down. And it looks like there's multiple layers to what this is, and Ferg is just like head barely peeking out. So like their head is kind of just like resting at the top of the staircase, but you can see like they're still long, even though they're a child. Still about like 7 feet, 8 feet in length. So you know that the head is there, that there must be a bottom to it deeper in the room.
Jordan will move deeper into the room to see what Ferg is actually doing.
Yeah. You start moving down the stairs, and as you do, the darkened interior, one by one, begins to lights begin to flicker on. And you can see as the lanterns light up, there is 1, 2, 3, 4, and you kind of begin just slowly counting in your head. There is about a dozen dragon eggs in here of all different various shapes, sizes, colors, and also there's a number of eyes staring up at you from the darkness as you have been in one of these before. Last time was the time that you died. This is a dragon's den. And more importantly, this is hatchery. As you step down, it is immensely hot in here. To the point where you are now armpits drenched. And you look around you and you can see that there is not just eggs, but there's also strange machines that you've never seen before that are wrapping around the eggs themselves, lighting them up. They're like also massive because dragon eggs anywhere between 5 to 6 feet tall, sometimes even bigger. And the machine's probably about like 10, maybe 9 to 10, and they're on the inside of it where you can see there is just this strange light that is glooming down upon them. There's a number of them too. Not every egg has one, but there's roughly about like 5 or 6 currently in use. Here is not in one though. They are out and about, and as you get lower in, you can see there is a nest that has been made for them. And because they are a sea drake, it is essentially a large water bucket. It is roughly about a 5 foot by 5 foot. Um, excuse me, a little bit bigger than 5 foot by 5 foot. It's roughly about like 7 by 7. Kind of like a water basin. It's just this large bucket that is. It looks like it's made of some sort of metal. You're not sure. Uh, and it is currently steaming. It looks like steaming water is inside. Now, you actually are one of the few people that have seen boiling water before. Because it's not a common occurrence to see it in large bodies of it. Because obviously you can boil water for tea and things like that. Um, but you don't normally see boiling baths. But you have seen hot springs. And you have seen hot springs you don't go into. You've been warned not to go into as a child in the wildlands. And you are well aware this temperature would severely injure a normal creature. But here seems to be in their, or you seem to be either natural habitat or close to it.
Oh, so happy.
You can see the tail is wagging a little bit, and there is some water displacement spilling out onto the sides of the room as they do.
Ron is gonna say, "I'm happy you're enjoying yourself," and he like looks at the eyes currently looking at him.
Yeah, they've not broken eye contact the entire time. It is prolonged eye contact, prolonged eye contact. Full Bill Burr up in here.
Just like wave at them, and he'll say, "Sorry to interrupt. I was looking for my daughter. While I'm here, if any of you know like common, I could really use some draconic parenting tips. You parent
I strongly
draconic.
suggest that you start with knocking before entering.
And you see stepping out of the dark visage, Ultron Ramascara is still in the same dress that you saw him in before. We see his hair is a little disheveled. And part of the robe that he was wearing has a missing arm to it. Like a little bit of the robe itself seems to have some damage. And he walks up the staircase towards you, kind of gently caressing some of the eggs that he passes by before looking up at you with this very intense stare. Because like the stare that he gave you when you made the dick joke, 10 times worse than this.
Just existing here.
Yeah. And he walks up, not directly to you, but walks up to the point where you're at least at eye level. And goes,
It's not a place that you should just walk into. There are many unborn here who, if they hatched and came into contact with you first, would address you as their parent, and that would lead to many problems in the future. Especially since you will not be there in the future.
Sorry, I didn't realize this was a hatchery until I was down here looking for Eric.
She will be fine under my care as long as you are. Sea drakes are not supposed to be in such cold climates as the one that we are currently in now. They move towards warm rapids, often finding any volcanic activity and making their nests there. Their natural body temperature is regulated to withstand the cold, but not at such a young age. This is a freshly hatched wormling. She would have died if you did not envelop her in the water that she is currently in now. How did you come into possession of her?
Simple answer, your sister.
She stole a dragon egg? I am
Uh,
confused.
no, she kind of created one. Um, a part of the
So you just said
dealing.
created. He looks towards Furyk with a concerned look of like, oh god, no.
Part of one of the interactions I had with your sister, before I knew she was your sister, or the monarch of mischief, um, was that she made us play a card game, or gave us the option to play a card game to avoid more severe consequence, which we chose, and I pulled one of the cards from
Oh
her deck.
my, she made another one. Fuck's sake.
Sorry, another one. She's done this before. Done this before. As I look to the side.
Zyrus isn't with you at this point.
Okay,
After
gotcha.
about 30 minutes of walking, she got tired and said, "You can do this on your own. Have fun." Bye, and went back to her room.
Gotcha.
Walking around for an hour and a half looking for her baby. She's like, it's not my kid. And kind of looks and goes,
She has created many artifacts that caused problems in the past, yes. What it sounds like she made is a deck of many things of her own creation, which is also concerning because that hasn't been made yet. Or at least it has not been introduced into this world yet. You don't need to
Yes.
concern yourself with that.
Okay.
But it is artificial in nature, but it is still a dragon egg. And I assume it thinks that you're its father, mother, whatever it is.
Yes, that was what the card designated. Was
As
that
long
it
as you
would...
didn't steal it, that was my concern.
No,
If
I
you did,
don't.
I would have just killed you.
Yeah, you're like super revered. Like even more so. I mean, you're revered now. Don't get me wrong, but like you are extraordinarily scary, and um yeah, between you and the Dambalas, we don't. Dragons are basically untouchable.
What did you just say?
Between you and the Dambalas, dragons are basically untouchable.
Interesting.
That, does that name sound familiar? I thought we were like really far back. I mean, I guess they're elves, but
I know a Dambala. He does not have anything to do with dragons, so I am confused of why you say this. He's probably killed more dragons than he has saved. That is how we first met.
is he an old guy? Really, pretty much a like solemn individual. He's like super powerful, like annoyingly powerful.
Not old. He is quite young, but extraordinarily powerful for a mortal. Or once mortal. Not of this concern. Seems that he lives quite a long time, or at least passes on his family name. Why it has to do with dragons, I am concerned, but it sounds like they take care of them in the future.
Yeah, like they're like big shit on the island. A lot of kids will come to look up to them. Fear them. I think is more accurate. Some of them they fear, some of them they like.
If they
It's
end up
a weird thing.
raising dragons, that is not something that people often look up to. It is more fear. That is understandable. comes with the territory.
Honestly, I would pay to know what your. No, I wouldn't actually. No, I wouldn't. You're all like really scary, and for right reason. I think I've.
What? Pay to know what his name was. Is.
Is it Gordon?
Iridon? That's your name.
No, like Jord something. Oh, I should know him. He killed me. I should know his name.
Gives you this weird look. Huh. Interesting. Maybe he does leave after all.
Said that. I mean, how you say a lot of things scares
This
me.
is not a conversation that we should be having.
Yes, sorry.
I will take care of your dragon. As long as you are here. I will leave you with detailed instructions on how to raise one. By the time that you leave. If you end up leaving. If you don't, I will keep her as one of my own.
It's there. I think she thrived. Um, but while I have you here on, you know, the note of parenting, because it seems like you are all of these dragons your children.
I cannot create pure lineage of draconians anymore.
Right. Yes.
Not since I've become a monarch.
mm,
They respect me and see me as their father, but I have not birthed or, excuse me, impregnated another dragon. Although I do have a young one that is just recently hatched, that would probably say otherwise.
Hmm?
Dragons do not understand complex things when they are born. It takes them a very long time to understand even the most simple things in the world, especially the fact that I can be his father but not also be the one who made him. That is my current predicament. And he gestures towards his sullied clothes. Children always act up when they are young, but they eventually learn that they should respect elders and know their place in the world as they grow into it. For dragons, it takes a little longer. But to answer your question, no, I have not yet. I have not ever had any relations that led to a child. I am hoping that since Mori is a half-blood, that we could potentially have a child.
Jordan, before he can ask it, does smile with a degree of annoyance as he mentions having a child, but then quickly tries to mask
Ooh.
once again.
Go ahead and give me a deception check, sir.
Cool. That is ass. We're looking at strong hit.
10?
Yeah.
Cool. Let me... I did not actually have his stat block pulled up, but I can do that in 2 seconds. Wisdom +4, proficiencies.
Oh my god. Um, I don't know if you want to hear the bonus to this because it might hurt you a little bit.
Can't possibly fail.
Let me tell you, he
He can't.
can't possibly fail, and even if you rolled a 1, it would still be above a 20.
Oh God, damn.
I will roll just to see if he gets a 1. No. No, that's a 30 something. Okay. He looks at he notices. You didn't say anything, but you made the face. Um, you said it was a moment of a smile and then annoyance or annoyed smile. What was it
Yeah, it was kind
specifically?
of like a smirk of like genuine like, oh, this if only he knew he had a child. And then as he's
Ah,
processing what his child actually
is
is,
yeah. I
it
got you.
turns to a
It turns
sourness
to
annoyed.
annoyance.
Yeah.
Um, he doesn't say anything.
So
Anyway, you should probably, if you would like to visit, what was her name again?
Fe-
E?
Earg?
Fjörg. Oh,
Yes.
it is not a draconic name at all. Um, if you would like to visit Fjörg, I will set a different room up for that. I will have someone set up a different room for that, so that you do not interfere with any of the other hatchlings or eggs. You do not want to have another random dragon imprint on you. It will ruin your life, and it will make mine very complicated.
Is fair.
And you also don't want the mothers that are sleeping down here to eat you, because they do not know your situation.
Honestly, great. I don't think I want to be dragon food at all.
You are very lucky that I was down here visiting Jin. He's the newborn that I
Jin?
mentioned previously. Jin, yes.
I I have a genuine question that's maybe not related to dragons, but it was something that I was curious about from earlier.
Let us walk and talk then. I have other places to be. I have a very busy schedule today, and I do not wish to delay myself too much in this conversation.
Of course.
You may
Uh,
ask along the way.
yeah.
Goodbye, Fierg. And
Bye,
he just
sweetie.
he gently places a hand on like literally like right between the eyes, just next to the horns. Kind of just pats it gently before walking out.
Oh, that's fair. Great.
100%. Fierg doesn't know what Fierg is.
He'll begin kind of like walking up a bit ahead of the monarch just because he again does not like the prospect of potentially being eaten. He don't want to be on the tail end for a mom to change their mind and be like, "Oh, well, you move quick enough."
You got. You had a question.
Yeah. More of a curiosity. Um, I know what I promised, and an individual that tries to stick to the word, even if it kills them. But are you? How do you compartmentalize and prevent yourself from being curious about the future?
That is the most mortal question you could have ever asked me.
I wasn't always able to resist curiosities. I have not just been to other planes, but I have visited other worlds before. In some of those worlds, I decided to go both into the past and into the future. And I brought about calamity and ruin for a lot of people that shouldn't have experienced it. Now I went back and I fixed it. At least I thought I did. And that was when I realized to go into the past and change something is one thing, but to go into the future is a different problem entirely. Things that have already happened to have knowledge of, but to go into the unknown. There is too much risk, and there is far too little reward. So I prohibit myself for a very good reason. Now, as to what horrid things occurred, I do not wish to share. For some of those are my greatest sins, and most haunting memories that I have seen.
Okay. Um, and this may be very mortal of me. I haven't lived nearly as long as you have, but you were afforded a chance to fix and stop the suffering of someone or peoples that you love. How do you?
No. Just no. The fact that I sent any of you back into the future shows desperation. I would never do such a thing in my current place. This is a last straw that has been broken, and I am concerned of how I got to that point, but that is not of significance in this moment. If I consistently altered the world around me, there would be side effects, to say the least. There are things that are greater than the dimensions known as time. And there are those who do not like when you mess and tamper with it too much. Forces that would bring the nightmares that you see today to look like dreams, peaceful ones. In comparison, it is hard to be a being that can travel between the realm of time and not use its benefits. But it is a burden that I am willing to bear. Especially since you can do small things and get away with it. For instance, I proposed to my wife 50 times, I think. I kept going back 10 seconds, just so I could keep seeing that face that she made. I was scared one of the times that she would say no if I said something different, or if I asked at a different time, but Every single time. That is something that I would bend the laws of time to see again.
You love her, don't you?
That word does not begin to describe the emotions that fill me when she is around. I am a creature of solitude. I have lived between the lifetimes of worlds themselves. I have seen planes be born, I have seen gods live, die, and all different sorts. Lifetimes pass by me. I have never met another Mori in any one of them. She was the reason of why I kept around at least the demigods. If there was at least some divinity that showed promise in this world, that showed they could care for it without trying to rule it, well, perhaps I could spare the others who had similar mindsets. Anyway, thank you for this talk, Duradon.
No problem.
Share any of the details that I said this day, and dragons will be the least of your worries.
That's fair and understandable. Before you go, I know you're a busy person. I just one more question is taking at me, and
Stops outside the door with his hand on the handle.
Yes.
um, does it make me a terrible person if I don't do anything to stop suffering for people that I love?
You are immortal. There is nothing that you can do if it is already behind you. But you can remember it, and you can prevent it from happening to those in the future, for one means or another. That is the best that you can do.
If it
Even if
hasn't
it
happened
feels
yet.
like it isn't enough. Keep in mind, you are only here because of my will, even if it isn't exactly my will as it is now in the future. You will not get the luxury like this again. I, I say luxury, but it isn't exactly luxurious to say the least. Do not mistake this for opportunity to change things. I assure you, if you try to make some drastic changes, he might just come back and kill you himself. But if you have information of what might happen, you can still use it to benefit you when you return to your time. For you will most likely learn more while you are here. Whether it may help you or not, well, that is to be seen in the future. No. Now, if you do excuse me, I have
And he kind of he kind of looks at you, looks at you with this look of like, I can't. I'm not gonna say anything else, and then just goes inside. You hear the door close and lock behind him.
Gotcha.
Oh yeah.
Hell yeah.
You're trying to make your way back to the room.
There's another thing he's gonna try to do, but I don't want to take more time. I'll message for it.
Is it quick?
No.
Okay. We can save it. We'll go to anyone else. Kipley or Mammoth, are you doing anything while Mustang's having his chat?
No.
Nope.
Fantastic. Well, Jared, you got more. Okay. Is it something that's gonna be done before the end of today?
Before the end of the in-game day or the end of the session?
In the in-game day.
Yes.
Okay. If it's super, super long, you can just message, and we'll deal with it as time moves on. It is 12, and I do want to be done by at least 1. I don't want to keep up my sickies too long.
I'll message
But-
you what it is, and then you determine from there
Sure.
what type of
Cool.
event that is.
The day goes on. Mustang, you're gonna go and try and find people's afterwards.
Yeah, he's gonna try and get everyone he can together.
Eventually, after asking enough, after asking enough servants to go around and ask for people, you can all converge and meet in one of your rooms. Given that it's gonna take like at least like 30-ish minutes to get Durdon back. But eventually all 4 of you do gather in one place.
So if he was sending servants out, I guess we'll just call it Mustang's house room since he'd be waiting for everyone there.
Sure. House room it is.
And as everyone kind of files in, he's sitting at the bar. There's a litany of empty glasses. He kind of just looks over his shoulder, he's like, "Oh, hey, Yang." He looks stressed.
Oh, hi.
Hopefully nothing too exciting happened while I was in there with Big Bad and Blue.
So much.
No news, nothing interesting to tell me before. Do I just need to get right into the shit?
Yeah, no, you're just gonna have to jump into it.
Oh, god damn it. Okay. All right. You guys might want to sit down for this. He kind of spins around in the bar stool. To put it in short, the longer I live, the more dangerous I'm gonna get. The more likely I am to explode, to put it as unceremoniously as possible. I've done so a few times in my life already, 2 of which some of you bore witness to. 2 others happened way, way long ago. But apparently, it can be so devastating as to blow up entire cities. And this is because I, and he gestures to his smoky form, am a being of the primordial plane of fire. And this is my home, and if I do not return to my home, I will continue to be unstable, in the words of Wave. That, or I need to put myself in a mud body that he has made.
Will make.
Will make.
Hmm.
And I will become a homunculus, which, I don't know, it doesn't sound much different from being a man.
So would you be like actual mud just slopping around.
No, he said I could make it look however I like, to a certain extent. It's gonna reflect whatever is on my soul and what age I was when I died. God, I hope I wasn't a teenager. That would really suck.
Well, what are you going to do?
Well, as much as I love being my smoky self, I can't help but feel that there is an obviously right decision here. However, I fear that my usefulness is going to decrease tenfold if I take him up on it. And I won't be able to walk through walls, I won't be able to eat fire for breakfast. I'll need to eat and sleep like the rest of you. I'll age. I can't be revived, only by resurrection and holding hands with a shit ton of artificers.
You'll be immortal again.
Correctamundo! You were there not too long ago, I reckon. Is Iris here? Don?
Yeah, if you called for her, she'd show up.
He did.
And she'll be there.
I was just curious.
So, all right. Okay, so it's either take the Mudman, lose half your shit, which kind of gestures like to Duradon, or stay as you are and blow up and kill half
According
of
to
us.
him,
So you think he's lying?
I don't sense that he is an omnipotent being. Well, hey, is Mischief in there? He looks at Iris. She listening?
Always is, every hour of the day. Even when you're shitting. Definitely listening during that part.
That's
That really
Toilet
sucks for you.
conversations. Oh, the toilet conversations could be hilarious because people think that's when they're most private.
Doesn't sound like something
I-
Iris would say.
I am here. What? You hear you see the clothing change and there's a noticeable. Excuse me. Why would I ever say that? That is disgusting. Why would I ever want to
That's
talk to someone while I'm shitting? And then I want to listen to people while they're shitting. That's gross.
This is Iris?
You can see her clothes change to the hunter's cloak.
Oh, that's what I
Yes.
said. I said this doesn't sound like Zyrus talking.
Oh, I thought you said this sounds like Cyrus talking. My
No, it
apologies.
sounded like Mischief. They'll bring her back.
Oh. Rude. And the clothes change. You see Mistress' clothes is just Zyrus, but it looks like she is like a legal professional. Like she is wearing she's wearing a suit.
Hillary Clinton
Just suit, tie, yeah, Hillary Clinton vibe. And you see she has a top hat on, and a monocle, of which all are illusory.
All right.
I
You
am
said
ready
you
to
had a
hear
way.
your side of the story, Mr. Strums. This court, not adjourns. This court will hear you now.
Oh, Mischief.
Hmm?
You are just my speed of woman. You said that you had a way to make me stable. Did it involve putting me in a mudman?
I didn't say I had a way to make you stable.
I thought
said
you,
I
you
had a
had a way
way-
to right to commune.
I had a way to commune with yourself, if committing yourself makes you stable, then yes, I buy, you know, some property do, but I never promised you stability.
You're right. I misspoke.
If I was whole, could I?
Oh,
Maybe, I
no.
don't know.
Yeah, we're not gonna do that song and dance.
And yeah,
Okay.
I'm just saying it's not something that I'm saying you should do, but
But
what?
all right.
It's just a but, nothing after. Except for a
Wave
fart,
says
maybe.
he's
Get it? Continue.
okay. Wave says he's done this before 8 times with 8 different sparks. And that all those who were drunk on the spark's power, they died. Because they blew up. And the ones that didn't also died. Because they were mortal. Except for one, and he's on his way here.
Well, goody. Yeah, I never really concerned myself with my brother's affairs in life, so I doubt I would even remember what they were. I know what you are. And you could have just asked me this entire time, I would have told you. But I don't know, like, extensively about it. Because I don't really. No offense, didn't really care about it too much.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fair.
I think I bumped into one of you, though.
Uh-huh.
I don't really remember too much. It was a long time ago.
Okay. I feel like I don't have much of a choice here, because Wave says he'll kill me if I don't take him up on his offer. And maybe it's just because of the circumstances. I can't say that I'm so eager to jump into a mud body, but if I stop and think about it for longer than just 2 seconds, then my knee-jerk reaction, think about all the things that I...
He gave you a choice of become an artificial being or that. Like, you already are an artificial being right now. Gives you a physical body where you'll live out a normal humanoid life and die, or just kill you. Those are the only 2 options.
Yeah, I guess you could boil it down to just one option then, huh? 'Cause I
It
feel
doesn't
like
really
if I
sound like
die-
2 options. It sounds like
No.
you become a humanoid body.
Yeah,
Right.
that's basically what it is. Even if I leave, he says that he can't allow it. And that the only other reprieve would be for me to go back to the future, which is also not an option. Which kind of, my hands are a little. And he bumps his wrists together. A little tied here. Tied by some flesh ropes or mud ropes, I suppose.
Well, we are in one of. There, I mean, it's
Uh huh.
hard to say exactly, but I don't know exactly what this time is, but I don't know where my brother's at in his research. But he does have a somewhat formidable lab and team here. I mean, you could ask. Hey, maybe go straight to the big boss himself. Say, hey, try and maybe find me a way to stay smoky. Although if he does value Wave's opinion a lot, so it's not,
Yeah.
And Wave has been there since day one, so it's kind of hard to argue against someone with that much experience. Well, I wish I could say I could do more for you, but I really can't.
Appreciate your candor, Mischief. I mean, quite the
What
mighty
if...
tickle.
I take it back. I got an idea. I don't think you're gonna like it, but I got an idea.
Probably not.
What if you say, like, oh, I'm gonna change bodies, but I really want to meet the person beforehand, right?
I made that clear
I
to
want to
him.
meet, I want to make this smoky person. Well, he's not a smoky person, but he's like...
No, he's
an
just a
opposite.
dude.
Yeah. And what if, when he arrives, you consume him?
A mischief!
Or
What
you
in the nine
try and
hells are you
like,
talking about?
or you try and like merge souls or whatever your species does. And what if it stabilizes you?
We are operating purely off of conjecture here. What is your sources to back that any of that would actually happen?
You see the top hat turns into a, for the lack of a better word, Sherlock Holmes hat. Because I forgot the actual name of the cap. And she turns to detective clothes and goes, "Well, if you look at the theoretical evidence, you are a singular part of what you are, like myself, right? And I am more powerful when I am whole. So what if by you becoming part of your whole, become more powerful, but also gain more control in the same way that I can only do small things when I'm in my form, like right now. I can't cast Wish or, you know, uh, Meteor Swarm or any of my usual fun gigs or whatever, but I can still cast leveled spells up to an extent, but when I gain more of myself, higher level spells and more complicated world-bending fun stuff, what if it's like that? It could be very similar in nature. And you know, this guy's probably, you could ask Wave how long he's lived, and he could have lived a good life, and maybe you could ask him before you kill him, or, you know, merge with his being, or whatever it is, and then you bada bing, bada bing, bada boom, you don't have to go into a mod body.
Can't believe you're mad I called you a scorpion.
How is that being a scorpion? This is being your defense.
Aren't we
And she goes
supposed to
back
be
into the lawyer
fixing
outfit.
you?
Was that Kipley?
Aren't we supposed to be fixing them of this kind of thing?
I'm not going to kill someone to eat his soul. That's just hellacious. What if he's got like
Whoa,
a
whoa, whoa.
family and
I never said that you had to eat the soul, sister. I just said that you had to consume the body, or whatever it be, you know?
you said murder?
Well, consume the body and murder are two different perspectives. And in life, everyone has the different perspectives. Some see a bird, and some see a dragon, and some see a leaf, and some people go, oh, look, a crumbled bit of natural material about to decay. It's all about perspective.
I don't know. That's a really hard pill for me to swallow, Mischief. And Wave said he was a nice guy. It's one thing if he's like a horrible, racist, genocidal maniac, but it sounds like he's just a dude.
Or, hear me out, what if you do ask Ultron to go back in time to find a genocidal maniac? Maybe one of the people who blew up a bigger city, and then consume him. Because then you're saving people and also stopping yourself from going boom.
I think Aldrin would slap me.
Maybe. I don't know, I'm just trying to spitball here because not a lot of people are saying otherwise.
You know, I appreciate that. I do notice you are trying to help me here, Mischief. And even if your ideas are a little crazy, they are ideas. He kind of
Hey,
looks at everyone else.
you're trying to help me, I'm trying to help you. We got a symbiosis going on.
I have an idea.
Let's hear
Let's
it,
hear
kid.
We could call you Mudstang.
Oh, Mammoth. What will we call you
I
then?
like that.
My little mud buddy?
I don't know. I'll
Muddif.
get back to you on that.
Muddy Mammoth. MM! MM!
Mamud.
Man Mud.
Yeah.
Mud Man.
Uh,
Man Mud. Man Muddy.
I'm not
That-
very good at that.
you know,
Ooh.
Mammoth, that made staring down the barrel of this very fleshy gun that much easier. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
As I was saying before, if I think about it for longer than just 2 seconds, then, you know, what I really want is to not see you guys get hurt. To help y'all accomplish whatever it is you want to accomplish and accomplish what I hope to accomplish and make the world a place that I would want the people I love to live in. And if I'm blowing up all the damn time, then I can't really do that now, can I?
I technically do have another option that can be presented at a later date.
How later? I have to give him an answer by the end of the day.
Oh, give or take 1,000 years in the future date.
I mean, who's to say you can't change back later?
Exactly.
Who's to say you're stuck in this?
You can change into this, but you are only going to be here for a year, so your body will only age a year. So, unless you die during that time a horrible death, and even if you technically do, as long as Duradon holds up his end of the deal and reunites all of my body, and even potentially asking Uldren for a favor for successfully fixing me, and all of you, mainly you guys, then maybe converge my idols, return me to my former power, and I have the capability to grant wishes. One of which could be, let Mustang be a smoky demon again.
His version of Wave will be none the wiser.
Now, why you would ever want to be that, don't know, because you could also just be a human, or humanoid, and then just ask for, like, the powers of a smoke monster without being a smoke monster. But you get my point.
I do get your point, and I'm not. I'll put it on the list here. And he kind of mimes
about
writing
it.
a list.
Think about it like a vacation from your own body.
That's how I'm trying to see it. It's like
You'll
a
get it.
vacation in the slums where
you'll
you
get it
eat and
back
sleep and
eventually.
shit.
Wow, it's so weird to hear someone hating eating, because eating is great. I am a being who's lived for like I lost track after like the third or 4,000th year being alive. Millennia? Yeah, fourth millennia. We'll call it that. I've always enjoyed food. Food gets better every single year. It started off as just raw meat. It was awful. Shit was bad. But then they just started to perfect shit, and then other planes have shit. I mean, there are foods out there that you couldn't even fathom that literally melt in your mouth or make you orgasm.
Yeah, neither of which I am very acquainted with. So
Oh, you have? Oh
metaphors are
my
lost
god.
on me.
Whoa. Later, wait a minute. If you ever need a reason of convincing as to why do you have a human body, oh my friend. Uh, I think you can see where my implication is. You could experience all of the goodies.
And you missed if you're asking a guy who's never tasted grapes to imagine what grapes taste like. It's not working.
Oh. Oh. I'm at more like Mustang comes. Oh no. All right,
Mustang
we're
freaks.
gonna have to kill off a lot of characters during this time skip. You know, I think once you're there, you'll understand. Anyway, I think that's probably your best option. Go along with it now. Fix it
Yeah.
later.
Don't have too much of a choice, so at least that's what it feels like. Unless you,
Plus, you get
lovely
a
silent.
makeover.
Oh, yeah, it's hard to beat perfection. And he kind of holds a hand up to his face,
Oh
like he's a
god,
model.
maybe he was right about your ego.
What? I'd rather call myself ugly all the time? That'd be
I mean,
lame.
but, you know, perfection and ugly are two very different things.
I don't want to hear it from you, Mischief.
Because I'm perfect? Then you'd be right.
Just gives Mischief a bombastic side eye before he
Bombastic side eye.
his the rest of his attention back to
Oh.
the more silent trio. Is there anything I'm missing here, or you guys think I need to fall on the man sword?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I mean,
Right. Yeah, go ahead, Kimberly.
no, I had nothing.
I have a very biased opinion. Um, Not to bring it up again, but like I have undergone a lot of like physical mutilation to aid the party. Um, I technically don't have a heart anymore. Like I have a heart, but it's not a heart. So
Heartless
you know,
bastard.
uh, no. It sounds like being a humanoid. Maybe I don't know what your life is like now as you are in this form. Um, but I, I'm pretty biased. I'd say go for the humanoid thing, and I mean, if you don't like it, I guess you can technically change back. It'll be a bit more work, but you can't do anything if you die, and every other method just leads to you dying. Um, and as your resident advocate of what it's like to do that, you shouldn't do that.
Truly prophetic words.
Yeah, I gotta say, I'm of a similar mind here. You're right, that every other road just leads to me 6 feet under. And if you, man, who I have seen walk from the hells and back more times than I care to count in that fleshy body of yours, says that, hey, for all this shit I've been through, still think you should have a fleshy body, Mustang. Maybe having a fleshy body isn't so bad.
Yeah, I mean, it. Oh, like, it's gonna suck for a while for you, because I think like you're gonna be introduced to a lot of fun biology. Um, you have like I don't think of this like in a weird way. Please don't think of it like in a weird way.
Just ask
Uh,
Dirdon.
do you in your current form have like hormones and stuff like that? Like does your body
Oh no.
is
Mhm. You know, I made a few hormones, but I can't say I've got any hormones of my own.
let's go.
What
Sorry.
the? What the hell?
Uh, but that was beautiful. I didn't want to be the one to do it. I was like, I gotta rise above it, but I'm so happy. I'm so happy. But your body's gonna get maybe used to being flooded with like testosterone. He looks at Mustang for the first time and realizes that he doesn't truly know if Mustang has gender. Oh, he just assumes that it's that Mustang is a guy. And I mean, technically, if he uses he and pronoun, he is what he is. Uh, but he's like, Mustang, what are you going to look like as a humanoid?
Apparently, I get to decide.
Oh, really?
Something rugged.
Yeah, that seems to me like a point for Mudman.
Yeah. Get to choose.
I'm just
how you
saying,
get to
if you
look?
get to choose the size of certain things,
Leaving that open.
Yes,
As-
you
as
are.
generosity can be a gift. If they have the material, the demand could be there.
Facts. I mean, big facts.
Yeah,
Big
you know what
advantage.
they say about people with big hands,
Mm-hmm.
Big socks.
big gloves.
Oh, I said like big shoes.
Also, don't skimp out on the like. I know it's controversial, but guys with a little bit of booty, it's if you got them titties, there's nothing wrong with it. All right.
Why did I immediately know that's what you were gonna say?
Hmm.
It's true. It's true. Some women love when a man has like a really nice shape back there. It doesn't have to be excessive, but if you just got just enough.
What do you guys think Warforged are into?
Well, I did have one in my care for a long time, actually. They had some really like, you guys could say metal stuff.
Oh my god.
Oh, I cracked myself up. The Warforged that used to be humanoids normally retain their humanoid desires for things, but the Warforges I met that were always Warforges are like, oh, is that why you're asking?
Don't you say nothing.
What
I
is
see.
going on?
Interesting, interesting.
Yes. Please share.
If
Yeah, do
I happened to be a Warforged who was always a Warforged who also didn't happen to have a name or relation, I would say, well, just based off of, ooh. Maybe I would like having a little bit of roundness around certain curves.
Okay, that's enough. Alright, I get the idea.
And maybe the ruggedness to show that rugged humanity and ooh,
Yeah,
I
that's
don't
it,
know.
dude. Yeah, you can cut it out now. I get the picture.
Texture with maybe some scarring or
Man.
just some real strong muscle. It's just
Wouldn't
could
they like you the
handle
way you look now?
What was that, Mammoth?
none of that cutesy shit.
That. What do you mean?
No, it's wholesome in what you're saying. It might be right, but
Well, didn't he like you before? So why don't we
Oh.
just keep that?
Who's this he? Who is this person that we
a
keep
mage
referring
hand just appears in front of Mammoth's mouth.
There's
secrets.
there's a guy.
Oh, we're coming out with this. Oh,
Yeah, I mean, if we're being honest, I mean, Kipley came out with the truth. There's a guy. He's my ex. Want him back. I'm keeping that
Why
in
is he-
mind.
Why is he your ex?
I
because he fucked
in
up.
the theme of tonight, I blew that shit up. I blew it.
Like
Oh,
you
So
blew
Sonny
his?
blew it up
So-
when you bombed.
I bombed it.
Oh, okay. Like literally or like
No, figuratively. Figuratively,
Okay.
like
It's about to blow.
yeah, it was like a city block size bomb. I fucked it up bad. But I'm trying to fix it. So
how did you? Oh, never mind. I don't. That's not important. Uh, good luck. That seems like a love is a. Well, I don't know if it's love or not, but relationships driving force for a reason to continue existing and doing the work that we do.
If you want to know the previous question, the answer to the previous question, Duradon, I do know the answer.
How do you? Well, I do want to know. I feel like that's
Swing by later. I'll educate.
yeah, we share a room, so I.
That's true. That's true.
are you did in Warforged, Mischief?
I've lived for a very long time. I've seen all different variations. Also, I come from different worlds where there are some Warforges that, we don't need to talk about those.
If would you ever settle down? Like if
No, I'm joking. I don't actually, like, I've seen others, and I've talked to others who have. I don't really do that myself. Because if I'm
Amateur
perfectly
hour.
honest, well, first off, listen here. If you let me finish my sentence, it's because I've already sampled everyone, and no one's good enough.
really, that's
That
a
makes for
but
a real
there.
shitty story.
Yeah, I
It
think
makes
that's
for a
bullshit.
lot of shitty stories, and add that all together, and you get a long history.
Well,
I don't
Dirt
think
On,
there's a library big enough.
if you want a good story, Dirt On, you ask me instead.
But also, hold on.
Oh, we already know
You're telling
Steam
me you've
goes.
been to different worlds, different planes of existence, different
Hmm?
times now, and there's nobody out of the what's a number bigger than billions?
Brilliant.
Billions.
Quadrillions?
Hell, you've met that many different people, and nobody suited your fancy.
I don't meet everyone, but you know, I take a gander here and there. I did have
Is it
this one guy, he got real close, and he was just human. Hilarious. I think you would have loved him.
My friend
Summoned
kind
me
of
on
puts his hands over
accident, by the
Minions
way.
ears.
Summoned me on accident. I showed up, didn't intend for me to be there. Funniest exchange I've ever had.
of course relationships aren't for everybody, but I imagine that it has to be lonely.
Don't hit me with that crap. I don't get lonely. I have constant fun going around.
Unless you're in prison or
Okay,
sometime.
alright.
Just
I can,
saying.
listen here, you little shit, alright? You don't need to bring up the bad 500 years of my life and just hold it over me saying, oh, you're lonely during this time. If I was in a relationship during that 500 years, it would have been worse because then I would have wanted to be with someone during that 500 years. So, fucking counterpoint, get wrecked. The
Saying
court adjourns, and she takes an illusionary gavel and slams it against an illusionary desk.
maybe your lack of control of your capabilities is a reflection of your inability to maintain a stable
Whoa.
dynamic.
Okay. That is the most bullshit thing I have ever heard. If you think it's a
Power of love.
if you think it's a consciousness issue, something mentally wrong with me, first off, that's insulting. Second off, you're wrong. And third off, fuck you.
Have you tried it though? Have you?
Are
You
you okay? Coming from you of all people, mental stability not something that you should be preaching about if you are not there.
you
Just
helped
saying.
me discover that I had an issue, and that was the first step towards resolving and the
Well, then
process to
I
resolve.
am clearly
Mischief
mentally
helped you
healthy.
come to that?
Hey, I didn't claim credit, but he said it, so you know what? Bada bing, bada boom. I'm mentally healthy because I'm helping other people reach their goals.
No, that doesn't
Self
sound
vibe.
mentally healthy at all.
She put me in a situation where I had to relearn how to reawaken. That's right.
I
I
know.
was yeah.
I don't see
And
how that's mental health.
well, it was because a large part of my abilities was taking. I was never attached to my own process of raging personally. I always just relied that the anger of my people would always be there. And between getting my ass beat, it was a whole thing. I kind of discovered that, like,
I think
it
that's a
was,
you thing, though, Duradon. I don't think that's a me
yeah.
thing. I
No,
think
what
I
I'm
just
saying is,
cast a spell and you're just giving me credit, which, by the way, I'll take. Not turning it down. But I think you're misplacing where that lies from. Where that comes from.
yeah,
Where
but
it
the
lies.
sentiment is that, like, I worked on myself and got better and now have a newfound control
Let me
over
just
my
be clear.
capability.
This all came from your question of how you can fuck a robot. And I want to be so real with you.
You're going a little too deep here, buddy. Crawl out. Crawl out before you go too deep.
That's fair. Hey, listen, we're just trying things because we don't really have a solution. There are no bad suggestions.
The fucking robots?
No, the fucking working on themselves and like
If
commit.
it
Learn
was
things about
me,
yourself.
How do they
What?
fuck?
I'm sorry.
Passionately.
No, not how. Why? That she asked why. And let me tell you, why do people do anything?
No, I said how.
Oh, I'm
Aha!
sorry. I
Look
misheard.
at that!
Well, have you ever been in a warehouse?
Oh,
You heard a pipe drop?
No.
It sounds like that. And the how, well, I mean, some creators are very imaginative, but I feel like I shouldn't divulge their secrets.
That's a trade secret.
Mustang and I know.
Well, I mean, it sounds like you just,
Just
need to
imagine a
do
lot of
something that
whirring
fits them,
and a
then.
lot of lubricant.
You know, maybe you and Vince could get a third and try it yourselves.
Anyway, ooh,
A what?
I see.
Why am I getting dragged into this?
That's just a suggestion. My standards might be a little skewed. As Mischief knows, the longer you live, the weirder things get.
It is true.
Mustang, how old are you?
Oh,
What does that mean? Old? You what? Centuries?
yeah.
He's old as dust.
Yeah,
Oh,
you get it, man. You get it.
Technically,
Thousands
that
of years old?
statement is very true.
That's why I said it.
Oh, yeah, you're right. After that enlightening conversation.
I will say, not thousands.
No. Just a few hundred.
It's a pretty long time.
You're the oldest person here.
Not older than Mischief.
Hey!
I
Well,
mean,
actually, you know what? I take it back. I like being called young.
you weren't
I'll take it
also
then.
here for like the portion of time.
I mean, technically, if you're
Well-
including Zyrus, she is
Oh,
600.
Are we considering the fact that it was just revealed that I am from the primordial plane of fire, the very first thing that ever was?
Well, you are.
Technically?
You are. The thing that is inside of you is.
But I'm part of it, aren't I?
I mean, I guess, as much as.
Do you really want to be the oldest thing here?
Look,
Nope.
is Mustang just the Phoenix Force? Is this what's happening here? Is Mustang just straight up?
Kinda
Zerdon's
seems like
nose
it.
starts bleeding, and he takes
Yeah.
like 2 points of psychic damage, and Jared is replaced with a new person next week. Never heard from again.
Oh my god. Oh shit. Okay. It's easier to wrap the understanding.
Anywho, sun's
A hook
going
comes
down,
out from the
folks.
side of the stage and pulls him away.
Yeah.
Well, this has been enlightening in more ways than one. I hope you all will not scream in horror when I walk out with a man face, and hopefully I'll have a hat by then. Thank you, Wave. You know, I really like Wave, you guys. He doesn't really like me, but we're gonna be friends.
You can make a mud
He
hat.
only been like an asshole to you?
Yeah, and I've only been an asshole to him, but I have a feeling that we're gonna be good friends. I feel it.
I'm excited to see your face.
I'm not. What if I'm ugly?
You get
Not a
to
very good drawer.
choose.
Get to choose.
Yeah, I'm not a sculptor.
I doubt you're the one that's gonna be sculpting. I think it's just gonna tell them.
Oh,
a
thank
general
God.
You've
idea
lived
what
for
you
how
want.
long?
This-
You don't know
How long, what?
you think is beautiful?
I have the sense that my standards may not be exactly the same as the rest of y'all, seeing as I am not governed by hormones.
Yeah, but you don't need to look beautiful to us. You just need to be beautiful to yourself.
Except for if
I
you're
don't think they
extremely
know
ugly.
what being beautiful to themselves is.
have a feeling I'm going to be a very superficial man. Just an inkling.
A superficial man. A Superman. Say that again
Superman.
real slow.
Hey, like, aren't you? Don't be offended. I don't think I've ever officially asked what your skill set is. You're able to tell stories, and like you had a musical thing that you used to wield. So I assume you're a bard.
Correct.
Okay, cool. But now you get to fit into the real like bard motif. You know, fun.
Find a
Step.
dragon and fuck it.
There are plenty of dragons here. I mean, you probably shouldn't do that, but like,
You got two options: blow up in a fire explosion or fuck a dragon, and I'm all out of explosions.
Really? That's the options?
Hey, I don't know. I don't make bard schools up.
Can't say I'm super excited about having to play a guitar again. He kind of looks to the one that's on the bar behind him.
you know how to play that thing?
Of course, but I haven't played it in a really, really long time. I did something I shouldn't have last time I picked up a guitar, so I put it down. Everybody else's
What'd you
sake.
do?
Yeah. You can't just say that and not say.
Is the bartender still there?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Just-
There's been multiple servants here the entire time, going around serving people food and drinks, because this is happening over like the course of a few hours, as
At this
it
point,
turns into madness.
he and the bartender are beyond words. He just kind of flicks his fingers at the bartender. Just keep coming, keep coming.
He just passes you the bottle.
Oh my man!
It's a large bottle too. It's like
Can I get a
750
whole
milliliters.
lime?
Whole lime is distributed
Whole lime.
after a few
Sweet.
minutes.
Excellent. All right. Settle in, everybody.
Ooh.
Kipley, remember how I told you I had a wife and a daughter?
No, yes, no, yeah,
Why did you say that like I didn't tell you that?
Well, yes, of course.
maybe so.
Yep. Keep going.
All right. Well, now the rest of you know I had a wife and a daughter at one point, long, long time ago. It was great. I loved them very much. They were my whole world. I did everything for them. However, the island where we lived was an incredibly bigoted place. And obviously, I am very easy to be bigoted against. They did not like me. So, one day while I was out of the house trying to re-up supplies for my wife and my daughter, some of the village folks came and they burned the whole place down. And I came back and I had a guitar and I had magic. And I killed every single last one of them. Every single one. The golden fields of my home turned red and then burned black into ash. And that's kind of how I got my name. I called whoever did it the man who strums. They never caught me, but thought I ought to carry it with me, just to remind me of what I did. Some of those memories, they get kind of hazy when you get this old, but you know, you don't really deserve to forget that kind of thing.
May I just say, I understand how traumatic that is, but holy shit, did you ever just prove that you actually are a bard? Because that was amazing.
Excuse me?
Description-wise.
It was a really good story.
And,
Wait.
well, not just a really good story, the fucking word choice was amazing. You could turn that into a song very easily.
I'm glad you found the death of my wife and daughter entertaining.
Oh, I'm not saying it's entertaining, I'm just saying it's moving. It's a very sad story. The Man Who Strums is also a really cool name.
It is actually
Hence my
delving
sanctity.
shit. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Please, some decorum would be nice.
Sorry.
No,
You're-
but it
what-
is truly. I apologize. That is sad to hear you went for that.
Thank
I've
you.
heard many sad tales.
certainly one of them.
Thank you, Mister. But that's the tale. Nice, neat, little bow on it. Very different from how it actually was. No frayed edges, no tangled knots. Straight to the point.
What else?
What do you mean, what else?
What else do you have in your closet?
Oh, we do.
Deep dive, huh?
That is a bone orchard you do not wish to walk, Miss Kipley. My rap sheet is long and full.
Oh, she just made like a double reference.
Yes.
I didn't even know it. That's really funny. I get that. They don't.
She turns and looks at Mammoth.
Got any bones in your orchard, kid?
No, all of my bones happened with you guys.
Sorry, kid.
Oh, that's sad.
Not in a bad way.
Good bones. Healthy bones.
I just mean I didn't really get up to much back home. Kind of boring. I don't have anything exciting to share like you guys.
That's probably a good thing. You're so young.
Yeah.
His gaze kind of shifts to Kipley. Then a hand comes up to point at her. Your bill comes due now. You gotta share something.
Hmm. Man. I don't know. You already met Ezrin. Oh shit!
Yeah, where'd he go?
Can I... Ezrin?
You get no response. In fact, go ahead and make me a charisma saving throw, please.
Oh. Try
20? Fantastic. You got zip 0. In fact, your mind is actually rather quiet.
You see her look panicked for a moment and then relieved and then back to panic.
You've been kind of in a haze for a while, and it just starts dawning on you that it's been like this ever since you got back here. Well, I say back here, but back to the past.
I can't sense him anymore.
Oh.
No, he's not here.
There's no way we left him behind, did we? Since he was, out and about.
No, he can't be left behind.
Kind of what I thought.
He's like literally a part of me.
Mischief, you got any insight?
What are you asking me for?
I don't know, your other
I'm not a ghost whisperer. I don't
I
know how
guess
they
it's
work
more
with
my
time
department.
travel.
Maybe we could ask Wave or Aldrin. I mean, they'd know something.
No, I don't want to ask them.
Yeah, I thought you might not want to.
Probably better not to.
There's already a distrust of the occult in general. Don't want to make it worse by saying that you don't have control over it.
Gosh. Enemies abound. Why is it so hard for us to make friends?
I'm your friend.
Yeah,
You
I
made
didn't think
me.
it was that hard.
Okay, I feel like we could count how many friends we've made this entire time on one hand.
Right.
And
I
I
can.
think that's good, because most people can't be trusted, and even your friends can't be trusted, but at least the few that are there, you're okay with, if they do fuck up.
But I've made tons of friends, and I guess the reason why I trust them all was because I was the friend that could be trusted. Yeah, that's not great. Okay, I see your point.
Self-realization's a bitch, ain't she?
Yeah.
I trust all of you.
You shouldn't.
Well,
Dun,
not you.
dun, dun. Oh,
I hope I will not break it anytime soon.
now I just feel sad.
I need. I'm. I'm gonna go to bed.
Already? We just got up.
Oh,
It's been a few hours. Over the course of this conversation and the time it took for everyone to gather, it's about like 3 o'clock in the afternoon. 4
Oh,
o'clock.
well, we didn't just get up, but it's only 3!
It is early.
says the person that's downing like bottles of alcohol.
5 o'clock
12
somewhere.
o'clock somewhere.
Ah, thank you, Dirdon! My man! Are you gonna join me or what?
Not right now. There are a few more
Fuck me,
conversations.
okay.
Well, I will at some point, just not now. There are like 2 more major conversations that I need to have.
2 more? With who?
With Wave and then another person.
Oh, shit! That reminds me. I wanted to tell you, Dirdon, I had a chat with Wave about Irma.
There you go.
Yeah, I told him kind of an inkling of what happens. He kind of just shrugged his big blue shoulders at me.
Get it. I understand why I'm not clearly why I'm not a monarch or a time dragon or anything of the sort, and I can't begin to understand what he went through. What any of them would go through to make that type of choice not interfere. I have to respect it, otherwise I'll get sent back, but it's what Hurma told me he went through with Lorna Dane. I don't know. I just want to warn him or give him a chance.
Who? Irma?
Yeah.
Didn't he just
Irma.
explicitly say, don't do that, though?
I'm not going to. I can't. Because I
Oh.
can't risk jeopardizing everything else for everyone else. But at the same degree, I don't know that I'd be able to look Horma in the face again, or the blade. I'm not sure how it works. Or even Wave or his sister. Knowing I had a chance to take away maybe one of the greatest sufferings experiences he's had, and I didn't.
Well, you
But
also have to look at it from a different perspective. That greatest suffering led him to you, who helped lessen it. Also, ended up technically saving a bunch of people in the process.
And who's to say he wants you to take that away from him?
Yeah. He might
Just,
want the burden to bear for himself. Same way you take many burdens on yourself, Mister. I've died 17 times.
Yeah,
Well,
stop
to be
it.
fair, to be fair, in his position, if somebody would have gone back and had the chance to stop my, our people from slaughtering each other, I'm pretty sure I'd be so okay with that. Even if it meant that I didn't, be unfortunate maybe that I didn't get to see any of you, but I think we contextualize a means to validate the suffering that we couldn't avoid. I don't think that the suffering really makes us who we are. Make excuses for it because there's nothing else to do but try to rationalize it because it's happened. It's there. There's nothing that we could do about it.
Technically, you still can't do anything about it here.
Exactly.
You have no idea where he is. You've already mentioned this to both Ultron and Waves. They probably won't even let you see him, even if he is here. So, out of your hands, buddy.
So it sucks. I'll have to rationalize it somehow and deal with the type of person this ends up making me, but I guess that's a part of being mortal and having flesh. As he finger guns over the Mustang.
You don't need to have flesh to suffer. I'd have to say that's probably the one thing that all living things have in common.
Actually, I am gonna take a shot before I leave. That got way too depressing.
Hell yeah!
And just as Durdon begins to order from the bar, there is a knock at the door.
Fuck!
Go away.
I'll get it. Mustang hops up from his bar stool, and he notably does not stumble at all because all the alcohol that he's been pretending to drink is just
Evaporate.
evaporating.
Yeah.
And he opens the door.
You see sitting there, looking mildly annoyed, is Wave.
My favorite! Wave!
Sorry, you too busy for my presence.
I am never too busy for you, Wave. What
Looking
you got for
past
me?
you when he says it.
Oh. It's over his shoulder.
Talked with Uldrin, and he said that it is going to take some time, and depending on how quickly the messenger ravens get back to us, we're gonna have to start working on fixing up some of the weapons of divergence sooner than later. So, if you could, if all of you aren't too busy, quick in and out. Won't take more than a few minutes. I just want some clarification of which items you have interest in, which you don't.
Yeah, that's fair. Alright, Durdon, get that drink to go.
I'll abstain drinking for now.
Coward.
I'm sorry. I actually have a liver. I can process it.
Talk a lot of shit for a man without a liver. Alright,
Oh
well,
my god.
just follow me.
Does that mean Mustangs
And
never suffered from a liver shot?
yeah,
Never
yeah,
suffered from any shot.
nah. Um, yeah, he still feels pain, just,
He does, but not the special pain of a liver shot.
Yeah, that specifically. Everything else is in there. Um, he begins to lead you all down through the halls, and he brings you close to where the hatchery was, Durdon. You actually walk past it
And you do see for a second Ferge's head kind of peeks out for a second as he hears footsteps, and then kind of
Away, like a proud
yeah.
father.
As you pass by, Frog blinks a few times and then goes back once you leave. Um, and you make your way to these overly sized double doors. You already remember the original entrance to this palace were massive. Like you could have walked in a number of oversized creatures and not a problem would have been had. Nothing would have been damaged. Could have fit perfectly. Not quite that size, but still, like roughly, these are like 40-foot tall doors. Definitely have more than just one purpose of being opened or closed. And you see Wave puts one hand on each side of the door and pushes. And Dirt you're one of the few people who can tell that this is definitely a door that requires physical strength to open. Um, Not just anybody could open this, even if they had like a decent constitution or any kind of like unawakened strength. Not would not cut it. The doors. Excuse me as I die. Doors are filled with dust. No, doors do slowly open, and as they do, you see the inner workings of a workshop. One that is alien to the majority of you. There is a kind of overhang of just this thick white mist that is just hanging in the rafters of the space. And you can see coming from all different sorts of pipes, machinery, and more importantly, coming from a active forge. You see there is this kind of short but stout, and you can see just from head to toe, muscled individual. Um, White hair, wearing blue and white accented clothes. Um, and you can see that they are currently in the midst of what looks like to be cranking some sort of mechanism that is causing more and more of that steam to be released. And it is hot in here. It is ridiculously hot. Not as hot as the hatchery, but pretty damn close. You see Mustang kind of begins to blend into the room almost, except standing out only by the color of the ash. And you see Wave just kind of, but the sound of the steam doesn't actually alert anything because it kind of muffles out. There's a few, and you just hear, Noel, if you aren't too busy, could you please spare your attention for these guests of ours? And spinning around, the halfling woman looks over. Everyone goes, right, holy fucking shit. There's a lot. No, there's only 4 of you. That's still a lot. Did they come all together or did they just wander in separately? He goes, these are the guests of Uldren, and you would do well to treat them with respect, as they are currently here to browse your wares, more specifically, the divergence kind. All fucking right shit. We're prepping up the big guns for what? Is there a big fight coming up? If so, I would love to spectate, and or in cold messages or in cold thoughts, I would love to see a replay of it. You know I love the old kicks, but I can't satisfy myself by watching one battle over and over and over again. It gets boring real fucking quick. And he just kind of has this moment where he just stares at her and says nothing. And a few moments pass. She goes, right, well, where are my manners, my name,
is Noel, Dervin. Who the fuck are all you?
Mustang Stroms.
Okay,
He goes
play.
tips hat, but no hat.
Mammoth.
Duradon.
Wow, don't sound too fucking excited all at you at once.
Oh, she's hot. Alright.
Yeah. Get it together, Durdon.
Durdon just instantly melts. Well, I would certainly have a brighter attitude if someone told me I get a weapon of divergence for my birthday, but it ain't even my fucking birthday, and I doubt it's any of yours. So, what exactly are all of you to Mr. Big Shot himself? Why are you down here? Hmm? Who are you? What's your mission? What's your purpose?
Trying to help him with his sister, but I think we could be summarized to 4 different thorns in his side.
Oh, you're helping with mischief.
Correct?
Interesting. So you know about mischief. That's not exactly public knowledge that you know that the dragon has a sister.
Consider it future privileges.
Future privileges. And what's that referring to?
The future.
Yeah, we're from the future.
She looks at Wave, and he just kind of nods with like his exasperated look on his face.
Love you, Wave.
You're from the future.
No, I'm lying.
Tell me this. If you're from the future, how many fingers am I holding up behind my back?
Unfortunately, it's not how that
stupid.
works.
None.
We're-
13!
13.
What? Why would she?
I don't like.
I just want to know how
I
stupid
don't
that
have that
question was.
many, but I like your attitude.
Thank you.
Tell me,
Like
is
you
there
too.
even a common name from where you're from? Is it known as the best forge master of all time?
I don't know.
I think Nordstrom is kind of the reigning name right now, but
Nordstrom? Never fucking heard of him?
Yeah, it kind of gets complicated. Our life kind of gets complicated. So maybe, but just where we are.
Or maybe you haven't found the right spot in your world. Because let me
That's-
tell you, unless it comes to an end, there'll be a Deraven somewhere. Kind of our slogan. After all, I'm the one who created weapons that could kill a god. And I'm still standing. A lot of them aren't. And that's what you're here to see, aren't you? The weapons
Yes,
of
ma'am.
divergence. Let me ask you this question. Any of you a fan of animals? Beasties?
I'm a fan.
I'm also a big fan.
Mm,
Number 2.
you're not
Yeah.
gonna like this then.
Oh, damn it.
Oh.
I think you'll find your moral code to bend a little bit once you see the shit they can do. But it might take some getting used to once you learn where they're from and origins and all that. But let's not worry about it. Then, them who don't know aren't hurt by what they don't know. Is that the saying? I really don't fucking know. But, I'll take you on the fucking door. Please follow me. This is a privilege of a lifetime. And I'm ever so excited to see these bad boys up and running again. And she leads you around a corner where there is a large, essentially looks like to be a storage room, where there's anywhere between like mid-sized crates to small boxes, all these different sorts of packaging. It's not like a showroom. There's no like glass cases or any like weapons being shown off. But it looks like this is just a storage facility. And you see up against the wall, there's just a metal curtain that is kind of just separating one section of the room from the rest. And she goes, right, there's only 4 of you, which is good because there's only 7 of them. So I guess you have your own pick of which one you want. They'll need to be fine-tuned to each of you, and it will take some time to do so. but I think you'll enjoy the perks that can come with them. And she goes to the side of the wall, grabs onto one of the levers with both of her hands, and pulls. And some strain goes by, and it's like a second. We're like, I don't think that shit's gonna work. She's gonna pull something, and then it clicks all the way down to the bottom, and the curtain just slowly, in a very jagged manner, begins to move off to the side, and it reveals behind it a wall of what can only be described as giants. That is the closest representation to what you all would have to what these are. Giant metal men. And as you look them over, you can go ahead and take a look at the names and shapes yourself. As we end tonight's session, you can choose who gets which one before the next.
Oh my god.
Welcome
Holy
to the fucking
shit.
past, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh,
Got the
fuck.
time?
The weapons of
Is that
Inertia.
Sigurd I see?
Just because it's old doesn't mean it's not new. Oh,
Crap.
I've been waiting to use these for a long time.
I fucking love the onion.
I knew you would. When I saw the one on the end, I was like, "This is Ryan's. This is for sure Ryan's."
good.
Oh my god, we're going Pacific Rim. I'm so ready.
It's not quite Pacific Rim. These things are only about 40 feet tall.
Only?
Some
What do you
some of
mean
them
That's
50.
only?
like 10 times my
Okay,
height.
Pacific Rim is the size of skyscrapers. All right, I have to lower expectations.
Does it come with
Um,
Idris Elba?
No,
Feeling-
Damn.
wish it did. That'd be great. But
Oh my
Uh,
god.
no, these are called walkers, and these are my own custom creation, and a slight solvent in the problems when it comes to fighting colossals. As I will reveal,
Oh my god.
last time, every single spell and every single damage roll that you did against the Colossal Sky Swimmer was not just halved, it was quartered.
Ouch.
Damn.
Because a creature that is gargantuan or bigger and enters the colossal range gets damage reduction based off of size. And I made a spreadsheet for that very purpose. And as long as you are within one of these, you gain the full benefits of all of your class, as well as some class-specific perks per each individual walker. But you also get to ignore any damage resistance that you would gain, or that you would, lose, essentially, when going up against a huge creature or larger.
I want to go back to.
And in
I think I like
addition,
it.
when you are fighting a creature that is the size large or smaller, your damage is doubled. While
Oh my
within
goodness.
these. Now there are severe drawbacks for using them, and you will get to read all about them next week once you choose which ones you want to do. I can't wait to spill the tea on how these are made.
Oh,
Yeah, I need a
no.
how it's made episode like yesterday.
Ugh.
I fucking
Oh,
love how it's
trust me.
made.
Trust me, you're not gonna like it, but it is tea as fuck.
Oh my god, this is so cool. This is like my number one D&D fantasy is to have a giant robot. Oh my god, you
Listen.
guys.
Listen. If you think I would
Is that
have you...
Mustang talking or is that?
Yeah, honestly,
No,
both.
That's both of us. So that's the piece of Mustang out of me. It's like in robots.
I'm just saying, if you think I'm gonna introduce demigods, the children of the gods, and monsters that were chosen by the gods to be their pets, and I'm not gonna give you a weapon that could be used against them,
You're crazy. You're crazy.
So,
And plus, I looked around to find if anyone had like mecha, not just like mecha, but like anything that would have like size differentials that were fantasy. And I found this man that made this art, and they have close-ups of each one of them. I'll share the link in general. But as soon as I saw this, I was like, I have to throw away every single other idea that I have for what could be used because this is just
Oh my God.
absolute fucking peak. Yeah, there's close-ups of each one.
That's fucking
there's some-
incredible.
It's
Wow.
amazing.
Oh. So cool. Living out my Lancer dreams in Dungeons and Dragons.
Monster Hunter meets fucking Evangelion.
Oh my god.
Ah. No, unfortunately, they're not robots or aliens that came from space, and they are most certainly not
They're
alive.
robot aliens.
They are most definitely not.
You said they're not
Why
robots
are
or
they-
aliens and they're robots who came from space? That's a robot alien.
I said they're not.
Oh, I thought you said that they came from space.
I said they are not robots and they are not aliens that came from space.
Oh, I thought you said. Okay, I misheard you. My bad.
No, sir.
There's robot versions, fucking porta potties of Peabody and Atlas.
toilet.
I know
box.
the full collection is actual peak.
That's
This man
crazy.
is a legend.
Oh my god, the mushroom, dude,
Isn't the mushroom cute?
I love it.
The mushroom sadly not there because that makes absolutely no sense to be a weapon of Divergence, to be a tiny little mushroom guy. But nonetheless can exist in headcanons everywhere. Especially not the toilet fucking bots.
He's
But
got a grunion as a
Sitting in
sword.
the urinal like a seat.
yeah, no, definitely not it. But yeah, I really wanted to like justify a way to fight creatures that are so much bigger than you. And I also had an idea of like why would Aldrin send you to this point in time? And I thought about it for a while of like what point in time would he want to send you to? And I was like, well, wouldn't it be great if he essentially sent them to the Renaissance where there was a bunch of new technology around and we have all these cool shit to explore before the world collapses and everyone's reset back to fucking like Stone Age and trying to scrap their way back up. I was like, wouldn't it be cool if there was just technology that was way past anything they had in the future? Fuck it, we're gonna do it.
That rocks.
They're so cool. This is such an incredible idea, Dom.
Hey, listen. You can now miss all of those wonderful Eldritch Blasts and Firebolts times 10. But yeah, you can just honestly just post in general, or you can fight amongst yourselves of who gets which. There is
Let's
only
do
one
that
of
right
each.
now.
Well,
There is only one of each, so there's no copies. But
are we
you got
are we
7 to choose from.
choosing based on just looks alone, or do they? I assume they do different things.
You won't know the perks until you get it.
Oh,
I'll decide on looks alone. I like Lancelot and Mordred. Lancelot's my number one. Mordred's my number two. Who's duking it out for Lancelot with me?
Have to fight IRL.
you can have.
Wait, what was your second one? Mordred?
Yeah. Lancelot looks cool as fuck. And there's a tiny little horse down there. Both the ones with the
Yeah,
tiny
there's a
horses.
couple horses.
There's a few horses and there's deer.
Fuck the deer. It's Mustang.
The
not
deer.
Stang.
Deer. Fuck the deer, we got more priorities. Equestrian.
Which one do you want, Mammoth?
I want Ector.
There's only one answer. One of them looks like a fucking onion.
I
Alright?
hate it.
I
He's
love
right.
I
He's
love
sorta
his little
Sad.
cod piece.
He's got,
It's
like, a
just
leaf
so
over, too. It's
unnecessary.
It's like they
I'm
knew a kid was
sorry.
coming.
Did you just say this is so unnecessary, Kipley?
No, the cod piece. The little
Uh,
pink
The
cod
piece is
piece.
hilarious. My cod!
My God.
Shayla.
My cod!
Wait, yeah, Esclados has the fucking bulge.
Yeah,
Yeah. Oh my God, he does.
Drain just hangs
Like-
low.
What do you think about Megan or Kipley?
Oh, you
Kipley.
pick one.
No, you pick one. No.
Nah, you guys.
No,
Fucking
you.
take
No,
it. I'm gonna
you.
punch you.
Fucking kicking the
punch
feet under
you.
the table right here.
Hmm.
I think Dirdon got a few options.
Oh. I don't know.
I think the Kipley Mordred arc would be crazy.
That's
Yeah,
what I
that's
said.
what I was
Morgan's giving
thinking.
daughter a death.
I mean, come on. If,
I
if
didn't
it's
want to
written in
be
stone-
obvious.
Oh, come
Come
on.
on.
now. Like you're gonna choose any other one.
I
Let's be real with ourselves.
no, I've
Megan.
become predictable. This is unacceptable.
But
It's
this
not becoming
predictability is so
predictable.
fucking cool.
Yeah,
it's
it's
about
not
being
being
predictable. It's about
predictable,
serving
it's
cunt.
Yeah, it's about serving cunt and having identity. And you know what? If identity is being dead shit, then fucking be dead shit. Dirdon has
like that
hit
it's on the
things from
nose.
day one with a steel pole since he's gotten here. All right, don't talk about predictable. Everyone's predictable in their own way.
Yeah.
And the fact that I already know which one Jared's looking at, I can tell it right now. He's salivating for the screen.
Is it Drain?
Oh.
Let's hear it.
Tell me, Dom, who is
Yeah, which one?
I'm curious, yeah.
I
Dom, what
genuinely
do
have
you
no
think?
idea. No, I think the
Oh.
closest one. No, I think the closest one that Jared would go for is Esclados.
That's what I was thinking.
I was thinking
fuck all of
Esclados
you.
or
What?
What? What?
It was.
Yeah, okay, all
You
right.
got
I
his
mean,
ass.
Totem
Well, to be
barbarian.
fair, also predictable, man of nature, and he has two fucking whatchamacallit.
Yeah, it was the
Oh.
weapons. It was the weapons that looked
Yeah.
like straight hand. That
Well,
looked
also, have you seen Mbessa from Arcane?
Oh,
yes,
oh yeah.
Yeah.
He's literally rocking the two, I think half glaives they're called. I forget the exact term,
That sounds
but he's
right.
rocking the same shit, and that's one of the coolest weapons to exist on the planet.
All I'm gonna say, it's going wicked as fuck if I can use like if we're
You can
able
rage?
to like use our abilities with it. 'Cause if I can elongate those motherfuckers, oh my god, hold on.
I have to see.
Oh,
I have to see. I won't guarantee that every item ability works in these. I will guarantee every class ability works in these.
gotcha.
I'm gonna turn into the sun.
Now,
Sunyan. He's a Sunyan.
yeah, Sunyan?
Sunyan,
Oh,
let's
okay, that's
go.
actual peak. Please rename it to the Sunyan. That'd be so great.
Absolutely. I was thinking Gumby, but Sunyan works.
I am the
Sunyan.
Sunyan.
Praise the Sunyan.
So good.
I have general ideas then. Mustang? Which one's really
Lancelot.
Lancelot?
It looks like his ex-boyfriend that he is pining after.
Yeah.
So he's gonna pick that one.
I want to be inside my ex.
He's
And
like,
this
I
is
miss
just
my
fucking
ex.
it.
It's like, I miss my wife.
I miss my wife. Tails, I think I miss my wife. Good shit. Okay,
I'll be
so
back.
Dirdon, Esclados, Mustang with Lancelot, Kipley with Mordred, and then we have Ryan pulling up with.
Icthor.
With
Sunyan.
Sunyan!
I can't even call him by his real name because Sunyan's so much
The
better.
Sunyan.
Good shit. Good shit. The funny part about this is that even if we had 6 players, we would still have enough for these. With the 7 mechs.
Is the name of her goddamn weapon?
I have to look for it myself because it's gonna bother me.
Punch knives.
No, it's a general. actual fucking
I guess they're
weapon
called
that they based
twin
off of.
Drake hounds.
Twin Drake Hounds is the name they use in game. That's not the actual name of what the weapon type is classified as.
Oh, okay.
Because they're based off of real life weapons, but that's what they're called in game for the description.
Yeah, this is gonna be so cool. We're gonna have a mecha training arc. What? Oh,
It's not gonna be it's not gonna be a mecha training arc. I'll tell you that. It's gonna be
Fuck
a
me,
normal
bro.
training arc with potential mechas in there.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
Vestas
So
twin Drake
okay,
horns
so
based on
I
crescent
will say
blade.
this: do you want to know the downsides to these now or next time? Because it is a big one.
Now,
Yeah,
Yeah,
let's do it now.
Okay. I will gladly warn you out of character. Because Aldrin specifically said that if you break them, you'll be in deep shit. But also, if you break them, you'll be in even more deep shit. Because these things scale off of your own constitution. So the
Oh.
stronger you
Shit.
get, the stronger they get. They use your mental stats, and they do have their own physical stats. But it scales off your constitution for how many hits they can take. And if you break them, you take psychic damage equal to their maximum HP if you're still inside when they drop to 0.
Oh, so you
Meaning that
basically die.
you can straight up die if this thing breaks while you're in it. Now you can still leave it. It's not like you're trapped inside. You're not fully like bonded to this thing, but you are in a walking suit of armor that when it breaks, if you're still inside of it and you're trying to control it, you're gonna feel every single wound that it's taken. So
do they work like Titans?
there's genuine consequences. It is not like Titans. You cannot just yippity doo dah break out and then
Damn.
summon another
Oh, is
one.
this like Evangelion kind
It
of
is.
where?
It's similar to how that system works in terms of feeling the same damage. However, you don't take damage every time it does. Your health bars are still separate.
Oops, wrong channel. Let me move that.
Oh, so
fucking
like if
fucking
it
the
gets
Asuka
broken,
scene.
then you die,
Yeah.
but like it's got its health pool.
Yeah, no, it has
It's
its
not like a
own
portion.
it has
Okay,
its
yeah,
own
yeah.
separate health pool.
There you go.
It runs off of its own separate AC and everything else. It's not gonna actually hurt you while you're inside of it. It only hurts you once it physically breaks. But that's the thing is, it's really hard to break because it has a lot of hit points. It has a lot of hit points. It does a shit ton of damage. They also, some of them do have a fly speed. Some of them do have a swim speed. Some of them do have a really fast walking speed. Some of them are built for close range. Some of them are built for long range. Some are built for medium. So I will warn you right now, you're gonna have to use these things fucking tactically. You cannot just use them as big old versions of yourselves. You're gonna have to play your role. It's like a little mini game almost. If you're gonna have to try and play around what they can do. Now I will say this: it's a little bit more Titanfall scripted than it is Evangelion scripted,
I
but
love Titanfall.
nevertheless,
What the fuck
I
world did
don't.
we just get dropped into?
The best
Welcome to-
kind,
hey,
Megan, the best
hey.
kind.
Megan, it says there right on the map. Welcome to Eris.
This used to be full of humanoids.
Oh yeah, there is. Humanoids is still the predominant species. But there's also, fucking dragons the size of cities and things that should not be tampered with that are wandering around after their parents were killed.
And they think we're not gonna break these.
7274.
I mean, if we're careful and know how to wield them.
When you see the modifier that you multiply your constitution by, you will have a little bit more confidence. I'll share the entire stat sheets next week, because I'm trying to do them all fancily on the home brewery, so they look nice.
Ooh.
But you will feel a little bit more confident when you see the number next week. Because I guarantee you, it is much more than your health pools right now. It is at least 50 higher on each of you.
Mommy likey.
Actually, Durdon, what's your maximum HP right now?
My maximum HP. God damn it. My sheet.
Or your
Uh,
current HP for your, like, if you're at full health?
if I'm at full health, 112.
112? Yeah. Definitely higher.
112 with an effective of 224.
Yes, sir. It is going to be very, very fun.
Very nice.
Also, enjoy it while it lasts, because you are most definitely not bringing these back to the future.
Listen, we have
Damn.
I
to
will.
go back.
Spoiler warning. You can certainly try, but but this is your dad. Not just like your dad lending you the car for the weekend. It's like your dad lending you a tank for the weekend. And
Sounds
girl,
great.
if that shit's not back in the garage by Monday,
Thank you, Papa Mascara.
I think you should call him that to his face.
Papa Ramascara.
Yeah.
I think I'd get shot.
I did.
Yeah, but it'd be kinda
I think
funny.
if he pulled out a Glock and shot you, peak
And
cinema.
he'd hit me with that 9mm and it's done.
There's a billion ways that he could kill you, and he chooses gun. Oh, that'd be funny.
The irony, you know?
No, I did. Yeah, you
This is
don't
on
want to be
iron.
predictable. This is the iron. Pushing powder down my musket to smite the ops.
That's a good one.
I love that man so much.
That is
Can't
so
can't
funny.
claim it. So I stole that shit. But I did say I loved everyone's interactions tonight. They were great. Duradon having the heart to heart with Aldrin was super cute when he was talking about his wife.
He's just a white guy.
Yeah.
Don't make me experience seeing this man become
Oh, you're going
disgruntled
to.
in our future because he doesn't
You're
have
going
his
to.
wife. Don't
You're
make
going to.
What?
Hey, you guys have context clues? I'm gonna let you. I'm gonna let you shoot those shots in the dark as to what happens, because as a wife here, there ain't one in the future,
Maybe they amicably divorce.
no.
and everyone's
Maybe
happy.
she dies in childbirth.
Maybe
knows?
she's the bomb.
Maybe she's the
Holy
one.
shit. That's
Okay,
crazy.
I will confirm one thing: she is not the arcane detonation.
Damn.
I like that theory though.
Drew went hard.
That was good shit.
It
She's
is-
the bomb.
It is definitely
It's
left
bullshit.
field. I do try and surprise you guys, but I will confirm at least that one situation that is not right. She is not an explosive device.
Not on our timeline, but we can fix that.
Not in our timeline. Oh my god. Strap her to a bomb before you go back. Alright, good luck, bye. If you're gonna destroy the world, have fun.
We would die because we still have to go back to Aldrin, and he would remember us.
Oh yeah,
Boom,
100%.
exactly.
100%. I'm super excited for you guys to go back. I know it's only like 2 days in. So excited for you guys to go back.
Then when we go back in a year and a half.
Future Aldrin just being like, I remember things a little differently now. Or just straight up being like, man, you had a year and you chose to goof off and
Chose
be a
to
mecha
murder my
anime.
wife.
You chose to murder my wife and steal my mechs.
Here's the thing: what if we didn't go back? I don't.
You just
What is
lived
there
here.
for us? Yeah. What is there for us in the future? Paradise Peak.
Listen,
Hates us.
listen.
What-
You
Shipley
want to
just
try?
kinda, like,
Try,
frowns
baby.
at you.
Oh yeah, no, just let all the people that you know and have made deals with or are in relationships with just die out in the real world. Or in the future, excuse me. Yeah, no, for sure.
If we never go back to the future, did we really fuck up their lives because we don't exist to them?
That is terrible, but true. That is the exact opposite of what Duradon was preaching, but accurate.
Yeah, this is Jerry.
What if we just erase everybody? What if we make sure that every hour that Dom spent on making NPCs and maps and all of these quest lines in the current future that they're all just worth nothing, huh?
What if
What
our
will
great
happen then, Jared?
alienation was the friends we made along the way?
What will happen then?
Oh my god. My ears.
I
Upon
found it. It's called a ulu knife. Sorry.
a Ulu knife.
Ulu knife?
Wow, you ate
that
that
the
up,
proper term?
Brian.
Can you send me that link?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll send you the whole Google thing.
I wanna gaze upon it. Oh
God
my
damn.
god, why is that thing the size
I
of a
don't
fucking planet?
have.
An Ulu knife.
Oh my god.
that's the one that he's
Mile long
using.
Google link.
That is
Oh, that's
legitimately the longest Google link I've ever seen.
that's what they use to cut what's it
Yeah,
called?
it's like
Muktuk.
for fruit and stuff. That was the closest thing I could find, and that's good enough for me. So I
No,
don't know how accurate
no.
it is.
The ulu knife is for cutting whale.
Oh,
Interesting. How do you know
I know.
that?
I suddenly I'm cultured, but I think the whale itself was called muktuk, and you use that knife specifically to cut the whale. It's like whale blubber and
that one
skin.
whale's name was Munduk, and you killed him,
Mm.
and you ate them with that knife. Is that what you're telling
No,
us?
that's the name. That's the name of the dish.
the ditch?
The
The
Dish.
dish that
Oh
you
my
put his
god.
body in.
Oh,
Oh my
dish.
god, this is good.
Damn.
I'm gonna